Good evening and welcome to Superpower Broadcasting. You're watching another edition of Ghoul Gang Rising, the live show that we do every week with my co-host here, Spooky Nukies.
The ghouls are back.
Yeah, the ghouls are back. It's time to get ghoulish. This is the show where we dunk on the worst foreign policy takes of the previous week. Now, we've had some that have been on the back burner for a little while because we got busy dunking on clips in detail. Some of them are from older than the last week, but they're a real doozy. And we got a great show lined up for you. So you definitely want to stay tuned. And you definitely also want to be sure to subscribe to this channel if you haven't done so yet. I do daily content. And because I just recently got a new microphone, I'm going to be rolling out the daily pre-recorded videos premiering to YouTube each day in addition to the daily live streams every night. So you're getting 2 videos every day starting Monday. Hopefully starting Monday now.
Monday. Monster Truck Rally.
Yeah. Oh, man. And so there we go. Kanzik saying, what's up with my lighting? My lighting, I can check. I think my lamp. Okay. I had my lamp a bit dimmer earlier. Okay, there we go. It is a bit brighter now. Okay, there we go. Okay. So
yeah, come on, man. People want to see you. Lights, camera,
and way
action.
Brighter than usual. I'm not sure. That might be an issue from StreamYard. Okay. Well, now it's set to 73% instead. We can go with that, but I'm not sure. Whatever StreamYard's doing, that's a software issue because, yeah. Anyway, we can continue on with the show. So we've got some very special brainlets to dunk on this evening. So you're in for a treat. And my co-host here, Reece, compiled all of these cringe takes. So you didn't have to trudge through the cringe yourself. We found the cringe of the cringe. So there we go. You're about to see the worst takes, and some of them are from a few weeks ago. So, saying it could be a webcam issue, probably not lighting. I'm not sure. I'll probably take a look at that tomorrow. So, how's it going, Spooky?
It's going good, man. Yeah, it's like the left side of your screen is a little bit brighter than the right, but yeah, it's fine.
Well, that would make sense because the lamp's over there, so I don't have I don't have a symmetrical lighting set up yet. Unfortunately, I don't really have the room on the other side.
We're both having tech issues, so we're gonna trudge through. But I figured just to wade in before we really expose ourselves to a bunch of brainlet nonsense. We'd look at some of the news clips first. This first one that we're going to look at is entitled "North Korea Launches 2 Ballistic Missiles." There we go. I'm sure we're going to have a lot to say about this.
Yeah.
Set off North Korea. U.S. and South Korean military exercises. They happen every year. They always upset the North, which sees them as preparations for an invasion. President Trump had scaled back the exercises. Kim Jong-un is now showing his displeasure. First with a small step, firing 2 cruise missiles into the sea over the weekend. No restrictions on that. President Biden shrugged it off.
No, according to the Defense Department, it's business as usual.
So,
yeah. So I watched this clip shortly before we went live. We also talked about this on my show several days ago, right after this happened. That is correct. The President of the United States shrugged it off. Their words, shrugged it off, and characterized a very belligerent set of provocations from the North as, quote unquote, business as usual.
I suppose that could technically That could technically be true, but that doesn't speak well of the status quo.
The business needs to be shut down then.
How did we get to a place where this is business as usual? Oh, yeah, that's right. We sat around for decades, didn't take it seriously. And then, once they acquired the arsenal, people were like, well, yeah, now you really can't do anything about it because they have nukes. They have spooky nukies. That's
right. But I'll tell you this. Business as usual. If I'm in charge, the business is closed.
Business game over, man. Game over. Yeah, no, it's absolutely ridiculous. I also like at the beginning how they were saying that the Kim regime, they, in response to the war games, they're doing these provocations because they're fearful of a land invasion. Don't get my hopes up like that, man. They're not planning to do anything like that. Nothing like that. And actually, we're going to get into something else that's said in this clip that has me equally just upset at the current status quo in the current administration. I mean, for all the props I'll give them here and there, this is like the approach to North Korea is easily one of the worst. It has been single-handedly embarrassing. Reaching out, we covered this story, I believe, a few weeks ago, like reaching out with an olive branch and then being shut down and ignored. Oh my God. Right. And calling this business as usual. No.
That's right.
No, this is not, we should not normalize this in any way. It's disappointing to me following what Biden was saying against Trump during the election cycle, telling Trump how he had failed on North Korea. Okay, I agree with that.
Yeah.
So when I cast my vote for you, I expect things to get better. I now, granted, it's not quite to the level of love letters, but is it better? Not necessarily. Not to any degree that I think is worthwhile. Anyway.
Yeah. It's been woefully embarrassing and pathetic. The Biden administration, in approaching North Korea in the early days of the administration so far, has preemptively attempted to contact the regime in an overture, an olive branch, and the regime has ignored them, which is doubly embarrassing. So not only do you preemptively reach out and be like, want to be friends? But then the North says, who the hell are you? We're too busy for you. It's double embarrassing, man. This is the worst dictatorship in the history of the world. This is the worst humanitarian situation in the world right now. And they are the biggest and most pressing and most dangerous threat facing the United States and the Western world. And our response is we try to reach out to them preemptively, be like, want to be friends? And then when they
want to be internet friends?
When they do a no, you say, oh, well, it's business as usual.
So much for internet friendship, am I right?
I mean, they act as if, oh, he just fired some missiles into the water. People kind of joke about it as if it's a meme, like, oh, they didn't fire it at cities and stuff.
Oh, what did he kill some fish? You want to go to war over dead fish, bro?
Speaking of dead fish, yesterday was the 66th anniversary of this. I follow the account Nukes on Twitter, and that's the Romeo shot, and I can tell you a lot of fish died in that. So, yeah. And
there were a bunch of floaters after that.
And the thing is, here's the thing about the situation with North Korea. Yeah, they fired at the water. It's a symbol of provocation. Guess what? Oftentimes when they do these things, they're testing new stuff to get data on telemetry and to improve the guidance and to improve the success rate of their missiles. So to just shrug it off as business as usual. No, the regime is learning. The U.S. used to do these kinds of things. The Soviets used to do these kinds of things. Until they got so good and so reliable, they didn't have to do frequent tests anymore. Well, North Korea is getting to that point already. It's embarrassing. I mean, people will say, well, Russia's allowed to have all these nukes and you guys don't like Russia. It's like, yeah, we don't want another Russia. And North Korea is more dangerous than Russia.
That sounds like warmongering, man.
I agree. Welcome to Ghoul Gang Rising. Let's continue.
It sounds like imperialism, bro.
Let's go.
Kim Jong-un escalated overnight, launching 2 larger ballistic missiles into the water. Under sanctions, North Korea is banned from using those. Yeah,
so we can't do the ballistic stuff, but the guided stuff, totally fine. Totally fine. By the way,
I like how he said that they're banned under U.S. sanctions. What good are those? Like, what are the enforcement measures of that?
You tell them they did a no, and it felt bad.
Huh. Okay. I mean, that really is, like, we were going on about it, I think a few episodes ago, about the UN finger waggers. No, that's bad. Don't do that. Are we going to actually do? Is there going to be a response? Is there going to be a retaliatory strike? No.
No, it is by the way, in case you guys are wondering like, what is up with that? Is that a meme or something? No, it's actually true that technically speaking, under the international law and the sanctions that are in place right now, North Korea is allowed to test as many cruise missiles as they want. But the ballistic missiles, that's a no-no. They're not allowed to have those. I think that's completely stupid because cruise missiles are generally more accurate than ballistic missiles. They just generally have a shorter range. But if you said, what's scarier, a ballistic missile en route to a U.S. base in Japan or a cruise missile en route to a U.S. base in Japan? The ballistic one has a very predictable trajectory, and you can see it, and it's high in the sky and space, and you can have a chance of blowing it out with that and whatnot. A cruise missile flies like 100 feet above the ground and ducks below the radar, and they're precise. Oh, but cruise missiles are totally fine. They're allowed to have guided missiles and test them. They're just not allowed to test or possess ballistic missiles, which, by the way, they have both and they test both. So,
and I mean, basically, there's no consequences to either. The consequences are just, it's business as usual.
They're also banned from having nukes, in case you guys are wondering, so you guys can feel better now. They're not allowed.
They're banned. Don't worry. They're not allowed to.
They're not allowed to. We told them that we don't like it when they enrich uranium. So don't worry, guys. We told them.
It's also the current approach to Iran. I mean, once Iran has nukes, that's what we're going to say about them. You're not allowed to. Stop. Give them back. No.
Yeah. So they're allowed to have those ones that we watched earlier. But I could tell you what, don't be scared, because they're not allowed to have stuff like this. So don't worry about it. They're not allowed to have those.
That must be Photoshop then.
Oh yeah. That's right.
Anyway, let's get to the other spicy bit of this story.
It's a far cry from the chummy relation.
Oh, come on, StreamYard.
StreamYards, you have failed us once more. I think it's because we talked for so long.
That's always what it is.
Water. Under sanctions, North Korea is banned from using those.
By the way, imagine being a reporter at, what is this, NBC?
Yeah.
Like, if I was there, I'd be like, oh, isn't that kind of goofy? Why not ban both? What? Cruise missiles aren't a threat, but ballistic missiles are? Cruise missiles are more accurate. What? Like, is there some magic law of physics that means that you can't put a nuke on a cruise missile? You can only put a nuke on a ballistic missile?
They don't belong there, man. It's not what it was meant for.
It's like magnets. Like, you try to put it on the top of the cruise missile and it repels it, and it's impossible.
Nope. This is
like
against
the UN said no.
This is against God's order. We can't have this. I would be asking the question of how okay, so they're banned from doing this and they're banned from having nukes in the first place. How exactly are we enforcing that? I mean,
Stern words.
that sounds nice. Like, don't get me wrong. It sounds like a fantastic world in which they don't have a nuclear arsenal. But you can't just say things and hope that they come into being. I wish that they had no nukes. Poof. They're gone.
Well, there technically is a way to do that. And, to kind of throw it back to, the old God references, you could always say, let there be light. That kind of thing puts off a lot of light. So.
That would be quite a bit of light. Quite the light show.
Oh man, yeah, your audio was just decreasing a little bit, but maybe raise the gain on your microphone to compensate for the audio dips.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it. Sorry, people. My audio. Whoa. My audio is all over the place today. I really don't know what's wrong.
Uh-oh.
Okay. That should be better.
It is better now.
Maybe if I get it like this.
North Korea.
Gonna put a real pause here.
Between President Trump and the North Korean strongman. Trump even made an impromptu visit to North Korea.
A lot of progress has been made. A lot of friendships have been made.
Those
Still embarrassing.
So embarrassing. By the way, Trump wanted this to look tough for his supporters. It used to be the other way around.
cozy relations did calm things down at times. But U.S. intelligence officials say they did not stop North.
Things shouldn't. That would be a false sense of things being calmed down. That's like it's this false perception of reality. Beneath the surface, there's still all this conflict and turmoil and oppression of an entire nation of people and an illegitimate regime protecting themselves with the most deadly weapons on earth, aimed directly at us. Oh, but things calmed down because we said, actually, you're fine. We're not going to invade. We promise. We're gonna silence John Bolton because he's a bad guy. He's a bad man, and we're basically going to cave. We're going to make every concession in the book. You don't have to do anything, really. You just have to, I guess, not do as many public tests. And they're probably like, okay, we'll just do private tests. Like, we'll just do tests with the fissile material and not with the missile technology.
Amazing. By the way, well, you're looking at on the screen right now, just so that people get this idea. I know a lot of people talk about how, well, you'd want to hit their nuclear sites and all this kind of stuff. They don't really have fixed nuclear sites. All their stuff is either rolled mobile, topple analogous systems like this, or what you're seeing on the screen right now, they put that in a submarine, and the submarine can pop up anywhere it wants within range, and you've only got a couple minutes of warning before your city gets nuked. And they've tested that. Now, you could say, oh, that's just a mock-up. It's fake to show strength. Yeah, then explain when they actually tested one, for example. So
would anyone actually say that?
Mock-up. I've said this before. That could be a mock-up, and this could be a mock-up because they don't want to take the few that they have out of the field for a parade, but they have that technology. So,
I mean, who would even deny that? That's deranged.
No, people say that. People say, well, no, this is a mock-up because in the past, North Korea has, in confirmed instances, paraded painted wood and stuff designed to look like ICBMs and everything. The problem is they've also tested working ICBMs that weren't made out of wood. So
nope, every test was a wood. It was a wood rocket, huh?
This idea that they paraded mock-ups, therefore we don't have to worry. It's like, yeah, they didn't feel like taking their real stuff out of the field to be vulnerable for a parade. Doesn't mean they don't have this shit. They've tested this shit. So
all fake news, CIA.
It'd be kind of like saying, you went to the Smithsonian Museum in America and they had a display of like a nuclear bomb there, and you went home and concluded that America's nuclear arsenal was fake news. It's fake news, dude. Because you found out that bomb in the museum was actually a mock-up. No, but seriously, people make this argument, though. People say, oh, but they don't have running plumbing. Why are you scared of them? It's like, because the stuff that works is kind of the problem.
The regime has running plumbing. It doesn't matter if most people in the country don't.
That's exactly it. Like, whether or not the people in the countryside have electricity or plumbing or roads or whatever doesn't matter to whether or not they can nuke your house. So, yeah, Kanzik says he's a nuclear arsenal denialist. Yeah,
an NAD. I see.
90% chance StreamYard won't get it together right when I press play. Let's see.
North Korea from advancing its weapons.
Oh, I was wrong.
Weapons program. And when
good job, StreamYard.
Talks failed between Kim Jong-un and President Trump at a summit in Vietnam. North Korea fired missiles then, too.
Yeah.
Oh, those are just mock-ups, dude. Just wood.
Wood missiles.
The drunk in the woods, right?
Well, obviously.
Oh, man. I like how they say considered show of force. Well, what else would it be? A show of weakness?
A show of friendship.
See, this is why I can't get over how lame the mainstream media is. How do you write that chyron there unironically? Like, this is why the mainstream media isn't popular. Considered show of force? No, it is a show of force. What else would it be?
I wonder if Japan thought it was a show of force.
No, they thought it was a show of weakness.
Japan with their no military.
Yeah.
I'm sure they were like, yeah, that's cool. Go ahead. Launch some wood rockets into our seas, into our surrounding waters. That's fine.
Oh, man. Kanzik makes a good point. Why doesn't someone tell Kim that he shouldn't fear America's nukes? I mean, Flint, Michigan's water is so bad. How can they have functioning nukes?
It's an excellent point.
So I am a nuclear arsenal denialist as well. I'm a Chad Nad. Chad Nad.
Richard, you mentioned that President Biden sort of shrugged off that last missile. Does anyone think that this is kind of...
It was 2 missiles that became 4 missiles, just for the record.
Yeah, and it was basically, so you had the 2 cruise missiles, and then he makes the comment, and then they're like, oh yeah, you thought that was business as usual? Here's 2 ballistic missiles to follow that.
That's right. That's how it actually transpired. They were upset that he wasn't impressed and spooked. So people say, well,
we'll show you business as usual.
Maybe, I'm sure one of his advisors said, just say it's business as usual so it doesn't make the North Koreans feel important or whatever. Here's the problem, though. They are important. Like, we let it get to a point where you have to take them seriously now.
It's almost like if you ignore a problem for so long, just like kick the can down the road, brush it under the rug, decades go by. That problem morphed into a bigger deal. Maybe we should have preemptively intervened before it was a big problem in the first place.
Can you imagine? See, if I was somebody like Chris Wallace or whatnot, and I was going to go and interview a former president, I had the clout to interview a former president. If I could interview Bill Clinton or George Bush, I'd just bring one picture with me and show them this and say, hey, look, if you knew that North Korea was going to have this 20 years down the road from when you left office, would you have invaded them beforehand? I'd like to get an answer from that, because this on the screen is fucking unacceptable. This is something this was a country that had nothing. They had old rusty naval equipment that probably wouldn't have even worked, and their airplanes were made in the 50s, and the people didn't have cars, and there was no electricity, and you can't see them from space at night because the only city that has any power is the capital. And yet they were able to get this. This can hit every square inch of America is within range. It's the longest range ICBM in service right now, and it's also the longest TEL as well for road mobility. So they have those now. This was a country that wasn't supposed to be a serious danger. You know, they were just a meme.
Sounds like you're living in the Cold War, man.
Oh yeah, I'm a Cold Warrior. I'm a warmonger.
You're a McCarthyist.
Yeah. No, I can't get over the contrast between like the picture that people paint of North Korea as like this goofy, ineffectual, basically junkyard, versus this, which is state of the art ICBM that's road mobile, not fixed to any position. They can send this out and take it anywhere. So I always keep that. I always keep that picture there. Always keep that picture there because a lot of people don't understand the threat yet. Still, so
embarrassing.
We can continue with the video.
North Korea flexing its muscle and pushing back?
North Korea is absolutely flexing its muscle. The Biden administration is in the final stages of creating.
Those on the screen right now, those are mock-ups. They're made of wood, so don't worry about it.
From the Junkyard Nation.
That's right.
It's kind of like the Fire Nation.
Yeah, except like they don't have running water and stuff. And they like Katy Perry.
Korea policy.
Did Zuko like Katy Perry? I'm not sure. I'd have to look into it.
Wait a minute. Go back 5 seconds. This is the part I was talking about earlier.
Creating a new North Korea policy, and I think Kim Jong-un is trying to show that it has power, that it does not want to be pushed around.
Those are all mock-ups. They're all fake news. It's just wood, dude.
So this has been a common criticism of the Biden administration. People, even people in the media, I've heard them say over the last couple months, wow, when it comes to domestic policy, the Biden administration has laid out a lot of specifics in their agenda. When it comes to foreign policy, not so much. To the point, they still haven't solidified an approach to North Korea. What the fuck? Are you fucking serious? After you're going to spend that much time criticizing Trump's take on North Korea?
Yes.
His approach to Kim Jong-un? They still don't have a solidified approach to North Korea. That is fucking unacceptable, man.
You know what it's like? It'd be like for me, let's say I was an anarcho-capitalist and I had a big problem with neoconservatives and I had a big problem with liberal hawks. And when I came out here and I said, you know, you guys are wrong, you guys like John McCain, and it's really bad. And I'm asked, well, what do you believe and what's your view of human nature? And how would you defend yourself? And then I say, I don't know. Why do I need to know about my ideology? That's basically what this is.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's an inside joke for those who know. So you definitely want to make sure you want
to make sure you're on the up and up to get
if you want to be on the up and up and get all the memes and all the inside jokes with the cool kids and the cool ghouls. Want to make sure you're
at the cool table.
Yeah, you want to sit at the ghoul table. You want to make sure you're subscribed to this channel. And while you're at it, you might also want to consider the Patreon as well, because that's what really keeps the show going.
I also want people to consider that the Biden administration, without a solidified approach to North Korea, attempted to diplomatically reach out to them as if that was going to be like an effective nuclear deterrence. Could you please give up your nukes? They don't even respond.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Like, this is the message. They're hearing this. The Kim regime knows this. They know that the Biden administration doesn't have a solidified approach to them.
Oh, yeah.
So they're playing games right now. They're like, okay, let's see how many missile launches we can get away with.
That's right. When I told people about Biden's response, some people thought it was fake. Like, there's no way. What do you mean he brushed it off as business as usual? That sounds stupid.
It was. Reese's mic is more bipolar than me. I know, man. I'm sorry. I'm probably gonna get a new one this week.
Reese's mic is more bipolar than the Cold War. Ah, there you go. Nerd.
The Cold War lives on through me.
Yeah.
North Korean leader's sister is also playing an increasingly prominent role there, and she's been taking a hard line, saying that the U.S. should not cause a stink in the region. And this tension comes just 4 months before the Olympics are held in Asia, in Japan.
Yeah, something we've got our eye on. All right, Richard, thank you.
By the way, I know this isn't really relevant to the video. Are they, like, actually going to go through with the Olympics, or are they going to wind up postponing again because of the virus?
I could see them postponing it.
Because they're leaving it pretty close. I would have thought at this point they should probably have postponed it by now already, but
it's in China. That's what they said, right?
No, Tokyo.
Tokyo. Okay. I don't know. I would imagine that they would, just because it would. But the thing is, if you do, that's going to bum so many people out. There's going to be a lot of concern about people who have been training for 4 years. Maybe they could, because it's such a big event, they could try to make efforts to make it as safe as possible and give athletes room to compete. And there's not going to be as big of a crowd potentially, but it may still happen in that capacity, I suppose.
Yeah. No, I mean, it sucks if you're an athlete. I mean, they postponed it already, right? That's huge to everybody that was affected by that. You got tens of thousands of people that train, and then it's just not going to happen, So,
we'll definitely keep an eye out for that.
Yeah.
Not a good situation though. If you're like, hey, we're gonna have the Olympics in Japan. So it's this big international event. All the nations of the world come together and hold hands and sing Kumbaya and compete. And meanwhile, in the ocean next to you, North Korea is lobbing missiles.
Oh, no. You know what they're going to do? I forgot about the Olympics. I said before they were probably saving a full yield hydrogen bomb test for when Biden was going to become president. No, what they're going to do, they're going to do an atmospheric test over the water during the Olympics, and the cloud will go over Tokyo. If they really wanted to make a real stink of the region, that's what they would do. Because I got news, a full yield hydrogen bomb, their underground testing facilities, that mountain basically almost collapsed from 225 kilotons. If they do a full yield hydrogen test, it's going to be in the air. Like this, they don't have the infrastructure to test it far underground. Like I was reading about Mount, I believe it's Mount Mantap was the particular mountain that they conducted the last one under, and the mountain almost collapsed from just 225 kilotons. So now they claimed it was like a hydrogen bomb and everything, but everybody could kind of see that it was probably a boosted fission device. They're not able to test a hydrogen bomb underground. So, but they have to get hydrogen bombs and they have to verify the reliability of it. So they'll do an air burst, and it won't be radioactive because they'll test it high in the air, but the cloud will go over Japan. And if they really want to make a big stink of the region, they would do it around the Olympics for sure. So, hey, what would people do about it? Nothing, because they have a ton of nukes. So, listen,
man. As far as I'm concerned, the only country that's ever nuked Japan is the United States. Boom! Owned.
God damn. You just exposed us to our contradictions of our way. This is going to be the last.
They don't even have a consistent ideology. Like they want to nuke Japan, and then they want to save Japan from being nuked. Oh, what losers!
Yeah, no, this is going to be the last episode of Ghoul Gang Rising because I've been exposed to the contradictions and the dialectics and shit of my ways, and I can't go on anymore. I'm going to be launching tanky broadcasting tomorrow.
Tanky broadcasting.
and,
Well,
and you know,
considering it's the last episode, we'll make it a good one.
yeah, for sure.
I think we'll move on. That was a good opener.
Yeah.
Okay. We're just gonna get into it. I've got a great video that we couldn't get to last time. This is a video entitled Trump Jr. Pretends Daddy Wasn't a Warmonger. Let's do it.
Is this before we get to that? I'm pretty sure I watched this one. Is this from who I'm thinking it's from?
It's from a very, very special individual in many senses. Very special. One of a kind.
If I recall correctly, just so people who are watching this, I don't want to give away the name yet, but this is a bootlegger for the Kremlin. Is that correct?
I mean, it hardly narrows it down, but yeah, that'd be a fair categorization of him.
Well, you know what we're going to have to do then? You know what time it is. We're going to have to issue a bootlegger alert.
I had no idea that was a thing. Yeah, bro. Kremlin Kyle.
So big ups to Arthur for making that. I told him, I'm like, dude, can you make like some graphic or something for the bootlegger alert when we bring out the bootleggers? And he made that. I was like, holy shit, dude, this is gold.
Amazing. Yeah. Anything else like that, very appreciated. Any memes that we can use on the show, automatically make it better.
Everybody go subscribe to Arthur Azar at his main channel, and also Atheists Gone Wild. He does a lot of videos, actually, you know, a lot of short spoofs and stuff and everything. But just one more time for the people in the back, we are officially issuing a bootlegger alert. This is an active bootlegger alert.
You've been thoroughly warned, so no one can complain for the cringe that's coming up.
And here we go.
Gave a speech at CPAC, obviously before his dad. His dad was the main event. He's actually been showing up in a lot of these polls as a top contender in the next Republican primary for president. I know it's incredibly depressing. The best part of Trump Jr.
I agree with that. it's
Wait,
so
why
rare.
does he agree with that?
That's true.
He supported Trump over Clinton.
Yeah, it does seem odd on that front. I just like how the things that I can barely agree with Kyle on are such bottom of the barrel. Like, well, yeah, you know, obviously, but everything else not so much. I think I'm just going to leave the mic at that. Hopefully that's okay. I'm kind of tired of adjusting it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, leave it right here. Yeah,
it stays around like between 80 and 90%. So I'll just get closer to it. This is going to be an ASMR channel by the time we're done. ASMR Rising. Some guy who I've never even fucking heard of.
The audacity.
Audacity, as if I'm not busy.
In cocaine use, it appears like he's on cocaine 24/7, and I respect the shit out of that.
What? Why would you respect that? We're gonna pull that face on him.
Wait, what, Kyle?
He looks like he's on cocaine 24/7, and I respect the hell out of that. No.
What are you, an ANCAP?
Man, that's so cool. Snorting cocaine 24/7, bro.
It's like if you can imagine a Twitter account, ANCAP Social Democrat. That's like Kyle. because you know that there's that account that's been making the rounds on Twitter, Holly Romney Stan, and he identifies as half neoliberal, half paleo conservative, and his cover picture is Romney staring down Holly with an angry face, except he's replaced his eyes with big red hearts, as if he's in love with Holly. Now, I'm pretty sure that's a troll, but maybe there is a dude who unironically does identify as half paleocon, half neolib. So Kyle, maybe Kyle's half ANCAP, half SOCDEM.
Half
so
ANCAP,
big welfare state, big welfare state, but also anarcho-capitalism, maybe,
half ANCAP, half SOCDEM, full cringe.
All cow.
All cow. All beef. 100% beef. Russian beef.
100% bootlegger.
So here he is, though, in his speech. This moment stuck out to me. Let's watch and then we'll talk.
Of course it did, because this is all you talk about.
Yes, and considering the fact that this is all that he talks about, he's about to say something later on in this video, which is so profoundly dumb and exposes how incompetent and dumb he is. But we'll save that for later.
But guys, more importantly, who would have thought that within 33 days we'd be bombing the Middle East again?
Wow. I've seen this one a couple of times now. This
yeah, we watched it. We watched it on the show, but
oh, we did watch the clip on the show. Okay, so we can go through the clip and then we'll pause it for Kyle's reaction.
Basically, our coverage was 1,000,000 times better.
Yeah. Well, we'll let Donald do his thing, and then we'll pause it for Kyle's stupidity.
I would have. Oh no, guys, come on, the military-industrial complex, I'm surprised it took them 33 days. I guess they waited till the first month, so they couldn't say that was part of the first 30, but it was only shortly thereafter where we started bombing the Middle East. Speaking of bombing the Middle East, have you seen Liz Cheney's poll numbers?
Shut up, boomers.
No, listen, the one thing I'll say for Liz Cheney is I'm sure she has a lot of bipartisan support, because if there's one thing that she and Joe Biden definitely want to do, it's bomb the Middle East.
Here we go.
So did your dad. So did your dad. This mythology that has been building around Trump as if he's some sort of non-interventionist. My dude, we never left Iraq.
Oh, wow.
We're like barely in Iraq. What?
Oh, my God.
How many people do we have in Iraq?
So to Kyle, if you got 100,000 people somewhere and you pull out 99,999 troops, you're still there. You never pulled out.
That was I got a comment on a video recently. And it was on some video I did on Afghanistan. And they were like, actually, it was a video on Kyle. And they were like, I'm not a fan of Kyle, but you never really address, when the time frame is when we're going to pull out of Afghanistan. My response to them was just straight up, as far as I'm concerned, we're not even there. Yeah. Like we have such minimal presence. I don't even consider it. It doesn't reach my standard of we're there. Nope.
The U.S. had so few troops there that ISIS was able to take over half the country. That's how bad the U.S. pulled out.
And so this Kyle really, he makes a lot of videos on this subject. He gets really upset when people lump in Trump with the non-interventionists. Now, while it's true that Trump had some interventionist moments or tendencies from time to time, he was hardly dedicated to them. He was much more dedicated to a sense of populism, being popular with people. If an anti-war move was seen as popular, he would rather pursue that over the interests of the country. That's one of the main problems with populism, is it often doesn't favor the national interests. It favors the national interests as understood by the common man, not by the generals, not by Congress, not by anyone who actually has access to useful intel on any of these subjects. People on defense committees, etc. That's the problem with populism. Kyle doesn't like that. By modern standards, Trump was an extremely non-interventionist president. Extremely. He was the one. He was the one who did not launch a war, like involvement in a war against a government. He killed Soleimani, not so much a war. So it's an entirely fair characterization. But Kyle's going to go on about the few times Trump was hawkish, aka the few times that we actually agreed with him.
Yep.
Right. You know, Kyle, fine. We don't need to lump you in with Trump. Trump's actually better than you. I'm going to come out and say that. Trump is better.
Correct.
Trump was a more reliable protector of the nation than you would be.
Oh, absolutely.
Take what you will from that. Take that to mean whatever you want it to mean. But it's true. It's absolutely true. Trump did some things I liked. Kyle, if Kyle were president, he wouldn't do a single thing I liked.
I agree with that. Yeah, Kyle would be worse than Bernie Sanders. Even Bernie Sanders supported intervention in Yugoslavia, for example, the former
Yugoslavia. And Afghanistan.
That's right. Kyle wouldn't have. He would have said that's Russia's sphere of influence.
You know what was funny? There was this post from Partisan Girl or Syrian Girl, whatever her name is.
Oh, I'm blocked.
She was basically trying to cancel Bernie. And she was saying, bringing up those things like, oh, you voted for intervention. And actually, she said straight up, he was one of the founders of Israel. Bernie's not. And then the account that tweeted that out said, Bernie Sanders was 7 years old when Israel was founded.
He's a founder, man.
He was a prolific young man. I'll say that much. He got shit done.
That kind of reminds me of like this one account I had a long time ago who commented on about like how I was like one of like like a war criminal for supporting the Iraq war and everything. And I'm like, yeah, but the Iraq war happened when I was 10 years old. So it's like, damn, I was a pretty busy 10-year-old. So,
I love people who empower us like that. Like, oh my God, you're trying to wage a war. And it's like, I'm not really doing anything. I'm just voicing an opinion, but thank you. They act like we're going to just like single-handedly change the course of the nation. Which, thank you. I guess that's kind of flattering. But.
Yeah, no, I would say, I mean, on a microcosm level, there is a compounding effect to what we do, though. So we got new YouTubers. I mean, obviously, I was inspired by your show to start this channel. And then Kanzik saw my channel. And he's made a channel. Cans Cuck. Yeah. What are you going to do about that, Cans Cuck?
Owned.
Owned. Yeah. You and your guns, Cuck. Oh, man. But then we got Bloodhouse. We got Madhouse. We got a lot of different accounts that have sprouted out. And, as they grow, they're going to have fans that start channels that are also hawkish. They're inspired by theirs. And then they'll watch our stuff, too, and everything. And, we are slowly changing minds where our opponents, they've kind of hit their plateau. And people are seeing them for what they are now, slowly at least. Because Kyle, he had a big growth period. Vosh had a great big growth period. A lot of these people did. But, you talk to a lot of average people out there on the internet, at least, that I engage with. And, especially in real life, too. Well, you phrase things in a pretty common sense way to them, they'll support a lot of interventions, actually. So,
I brought this up. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Like even Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez will recognize what's going on in China as genocide. Bernie supported an intervention in Bosnia, Serbia, Kosovo, as well as Afghanistan. You've got a situation where average people, if we're being honest, don't necessarily care too much one way or another, and they don't really spend too much time focused on this stuff. But the average person, despite what I've said about characterizing human nature as depraved, when I talk about human nature as depraved, I talk about how the worst among us will rule us if we have anarchy, but that most people are good people, but that they would not be the ones coming to power if we got rid of the system that we have right now. Most people can be easily actually convinced to support interventions. Most people care about the security of their families, and most people care about human rights. So,
absolutely,
we're on the winning side, is what I'm saying, and so in that sense, it starts here because the mainstream media isn't going to do it. We just saw that clip of them talking about North Korea as some consider it a show of force. They're never going to hawk pill people. Starts with us. And so you could say, oh, you got a big ego, you got delusions of grandeur and everything. It's like, no. I don't think people get it. I'm not acting like, oh, I'm changing a million people's minds right now or anything. I'm making the point that if we don't get this shit rolling, nobody else is going to do this. Somebody has to do this shit. So that's me. That's you.
That's true.
And some of the new
I wouldn't want to completely dismiss the effectiveness of online pushback. I mean, even just that with AOC, people online complaining to her managed to get her to not endorse Rania Khalek.
That's right.
So that's the power that people can have online. Speaking of online, I said this on Bloodhouse's stream the other day. I want to give you some numbers, Kevin. Breaking. Many leftist podcasts are dying as listenership is tanking. Brianna Joy Gray's Bad Faith down 69.5%. Jimmy Dore down.
Ouch.
That's a big ouch.
60. Wait, can you repeat that?
Down 69.5%.
Not just 69%. 69.5%.
We'll round up just to be fair.
You could round that up to 70%. And yet people say, "Oh, well, everybody's anti-war now. Everybody is with Russia Today now, and Jimmy Dore and Kyle and Gray and everything." No. They were
maybe like 100,000
orange
people.
man fad, just like the orange man. 69%, for me, typically month over month lately, we're up 30 to 40% each month on this channel over the previous month in terms of viewership and watch time and those kinds of metrics. Imagine I was down 69% in 1 month. That would fucking hurt, dude. 69%? 69.5%. So what happened with their Patreon? Weren't they making $30,000 a month? What's their Patreon at right now? That must have tanked too. Faith podcast. I'm gonna look that up.
Maybe Bree has some legitimate rent concerns now. Who knows?
Because she was talking about how she was like working class or some BS or whatever.
69, nice.
Oh no. They're at 41.1K Canadian. So that's about 30,000 roughly, a little more than 30,000 Americans still. So their Patreon numbers are still the same. In other words, they're radicals. Their big supporters haven't left them, but the average common people have. So,
and I mean, you have to consider that's split between at least two people, and that's assuming that they're not paying their guests. I don't know if they paid their guests actually, but I imagine you have to pay some of them. If you have Rokana on your show, do you think he's just going to come on, or you probably have to pay him? So I've got some other numbers for you. Jimmy Dore, good old Jimmy, down 42.9%.
Ooh, he ain't gonna like that. He ain't gonna like them numbers. And them numbers hurt, dog.
Big numbers. Who said that? Was that Haas? Big number.
Yeah, you would speak faster.
Speak fast, big number.
Big number.
Okay, and pertinent to this conversation, secular talk. Are you ready? Are you ready for this number? You're not ready for this number. We always make jokes about.
Kyle's hyped. How much did I grow by? How much did I grow by?
We always make jokes about his silver playback button. Like, hey Kyle, where's your gold play button? I mean, you've been hovering. Where's the gold play button?
Well, in fairness, we don't have a gold play button yet either. But you know,
yeah, but we're not the founders of a political party. Like, we're just some dudes who are on a stream. You know, we don't need of course we don't have the gold play button, but maybe someday, maybe that's a possibility. Okay, secular talk down 88.9%.
Oh.
Kyle's disappointed. Poor Kyle.
Wow. Unbelievable. 89%. Wow.
Nuked out of existence. It was funny because the person who was complaining about this the most online was Ryan Knight. He was basically raising the alarm, like, oh my God, what's happening? We're being censored. The leftists are being censored online. They're afraid of our truth. It's like, no, people just stop paying attention to you because you're a one-trick pony and you're lame. The election cycle is over.
Same episode. Every Kyle video we do is basically the same thing. It's 20 seconds of reading some headline and then an 8-minute tangent that sounds the same as his other 13,000 tangents.
I
for $300,000 a year.
I got some other numbers for you too. So this was one of the original tweets from some dude I don't even know. YouTube is silencing independent left creators by shoving us down in the algorithm. Don't believe me? Check out how much. So he's blaming it on the algorithm. That's such a classic. Like, it can't be me. Check out how much our average subs have dropped in the past month. Okay, so some of the other people, Soapbox with Rania Kalik down 50%. MOC with Lee Camp, another douchebag that we should probably cover at some point.
Lee Camp used to do, and he might still do, but I haven't kept up with it, Redacted Tonight on guess which channel? Oh, that's right. Putrid Putin's channel, Russia Today.
Of course.
Lee Camp is a fifth column piece of shit. So I can't wait to see how much his shit's down by. Where are the numbers, Reece?
Down 50%.
Boom.
I always confuse him. There's a Lee Fang too, who's also like an anti-interventionist. I saw a clip of I happened to see an old clip got recommended to me of Democracy Now! It was from the 2016 election cycle, and Lee Fang was on there, and he was complaining. He was obviously big upping Bernie, complaining about Hillary, and just randomly brought up like, well, I mean, she supports Israel, and that's bad. So
that's bad.
That's bad. Any other shows I know on here? Richard Medhurst down 17.6%. He's actually doing the best. It looks like
17%. That's
but then again, he didn't.
Good, but
he didn't really have that much of a following to begin with. So
yeah, no, he could recover from that, but 89%.
Oof. That
I ain't happy, man. How you gonna pay for it?
Brutal. Fatality. Anyway, we can continue with this absolute trash. How you gonna pay for it? How you gonna pay for it, Kyle?
Look at Kyle right there. He's like in shock at those numbers, man.
He's doing like the rat meme.
Oh yeah,
he's pulling a real Mayo Pete and turning into a rat before our very eyes.
Well, I thought I was a rat. Haas called me a rat with stupid ears.
You got those big old rat ears.
Yeah, he's like, look at him. He's fat.
He looks like Benedict Cumberbatch.
Ears. Yeah, he's like a fat Benedict Cumberbatch with them stupid ears. Stupid nerd. That's Haas. By the way, like the Haas memes aren't dying. This guy's still a giant lol cow. Haas.
Big monkey.
Oh man. Yeah, no, Haas. The audacity, man.
The fucking audacity.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find that clip. Anybody out there who's got the clip, like Kanzik, I know you showed me that audacity thing before. If you got that clip, send it to me right now. We'll play it on the show. It's it's something else. It's out of this world. So
Anyway,
We never left Afghanistan. I mean, he's
why
would we?
you want to leave before the war is done?
And I mean, we basically did leave, though. Like, most people left. Most people are not there anymore. You got a small security force sticking around, mostly doing exercises and training.
Yeah.
But he's still, I mean, you would never know. Imagine that you're in the Kyle bubble. You don't actually have access to information outside of Kyle. Imagine how fucked you would be in the head. You would think we were still full-scale war with Iraq and Afghanistan right now. And then they'll be like, why is it taking so long? It might have something to do with having no people on the ground, dude. Maybe if you had more people on the ground, things could get done more quickly. Novel concept. You would really not know, though. If you were a Kyle viewer, would you know? Would you know that the war was effectively over? That the war was barely being participated in? You fucking wouldn't know that. Amazing.
Yeah, amazing.
I'm jealous that Kevin has a working microphone.
Yeah, I am going to have to play around with the audio settings at some point. I'm also a boomer and can't really figure out how to reduce the echo on it. Are you hearing an echo from me right now, by any chance?
No. I think there's an echo cancellation on StreamYards, if that does you any good.
Okay, because like when you speak, my microphone picks up you speaking, for example, even though I've got it set to cardioid, it still does register sound from my computer. So are you hearing your voice back?
No.
Okay.
That might have something to do with your sound control panel or something like that. I really don't know, though. Audio engineering is clearly not my strong suit.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's watch a little bit more of this.
I do have audio or echo cancellation on right now, though. So
okay. Yeah, no. Then I'm not hearing any echo. I don't think that the chat is either. We're good.
Because we were the first day I had the mic, it was having bad echo problems, and and I was playing Fortnite earlier with the Zoomers, and they were saying that I was echoing, but we're not echoing tonight, so there's that. So
scheduled it so that by May.
Oh, and there's StreamYard. StreamYard having a normal one.
Having a normal business as usual, right?
Hey, look, there's Kyle having a normal.
That's a good one too.
So yeah, we'll leave it that on the screen for a second in case anybody wants to clip that. That's like, oh man, can you get a load of the warmongers? It's like he's almost like making like gang signs or something. About to, you know?
Don't they know Trump was a warmonger too?
Like swag, Kyle. Down 89%. So he's down 89%. So those metrics, was that for viewership or watch time or ad revenue?
New subscribers, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah. So he'll still definitely hit 1 million subs, but his growth rate to do 89%. Damn. And is that for the year or just for the last month?
I'll have to bring it up again.
Okay.
It was just a recent I think it's probably within this year, or maybe compiled over the last year. I don't know. I don't think he's guaranteed to hit 1 million necessarily. I think that some channels reach their cap eventually, and that's that.
He's so close, though. He's at like 950,000 or something. Because if I go to my analytics right now, take a look at our views here at this channel. For the last month, we're up, 11% on views over the previous, but the previous month was the best month ever. And then as far as watch time goes, what were we at for watch time? We had, up 10% on watch time. But again, the last month before that was like 40% higher than the previous month, so which was the highest. So we are growing a lot. Yeah, no, I think Kyle will hit the play button probably within the next year. But it's good to see his numbers definitely tapering off. And he's probably not going to hit 2 million subs. And, I'm sure they'll say, oh, but the algorithm, it's screwing us over. It's sending everybody to go and subscribe to like Musilk and Lachlan and all these gamers and stuff. And it's like, I'll tell you this. I would so much rather people be on YouTube watching gaming channels and having fun than watching this crap right here and getting a bunch of Kremlin propaganda put in there. Because think about it. You could be having a fun time. You could play Valorant. You could play COD. You could play Fortnite. You could play Rocket League, anything, and have a good time, with the boys. Or you could watch this shit 13,000 times in a row, basically, and be bitter, So, or you can watch this show every day too, or both. But big ups to all the viewers.
You could watch this show while you're gaming. That's a pro gamer move right there.
That's true. That's actually true. You can do that. You can do that. And you can tell other people. You can tell other gamers. Be like, you want to subscribe to this guy.
you're in the lobby. Have you heard of Ghoul Gang Rising? No, what is that, bro? It's my favorite podcast.
Dude, mute your mic. Why are you listening to a podcast right now? And they're like, because it's based in Hawkpill.
I just wanted to share my joy with everyone else, okay?
Yeah. Subscribe to Keemstar. Oh, yeah. Subscribe to Keemstar over Kyle, definitely. So,
no question.
Afghanistan. I mean, he scheduled it so that by May 1st we'd be out, but out is still keeping a couple thousand troops there.
Oh, dude, Kyle. Dude, Kyle.
Maybe his viewers do know that it's not a full war effort, but again, I don't really trust them to connect the dots necessarily. A few thousand, yeah, that's basically being out. What are you gonna do with a few thousand people?
A few thousand is barely anything. By the way, Kyle has 958,000 subs, but if you go to his channel, I'm just looking at his views. His views typically are around 50 to about 100K views, usually 75, 47, 50, 123. So he gets about 5 to 10% of his subs actually watch his stuff, basically, at this point. So there's that.
Yeah,
not as bad as TYT, but
it's following in the footsteps of TYT.
That's true. And Jimmy will catch up eventually then.
Well, Jimmy made them, He was the real left-wing credibility.
That's true. They were nobodies. Nobody even knew who Jank was until Jimmy got hired there. True.
Which is not out. He kept us in Iraq.
I mean, do we need to say anything about that?
What does that even mean?
He kept us in Iraq. If there was a McDonald's in Iraq, Kyle would be like, he kept us in Iraq. He didn't bring Saddam back.
Unbelievable, man.
He kept us in Afghanistan.
Look at that face, dude. Like, here's the problem. Here's why these Kyle clips take so long. It's not just that every sentence is stupid. It's that every facial reaction is stupid that he made.
Here's the bigger point. Forget about, like, that's like obviously like the most extreme anti-interventionist you can be, where it's just pull everybody out, bring all the boys home. What I'm saying is, for my standards, Trump was too dovish. He called himself Donald the Dove. He wasn't hawkish enough for me. So what does that make you, Kyle? That makes you completely unacceptable as a political analyst and thought leader.
He has a video out, his most recent video. Get this. Kirsten Sinema popularity tanks after opposing $15 minimum wage.
I sincerely doubt that.
So the guy who's down 89% is talking about other people's popularity.
Kyle Kulinski's popularity tanks after he makes his 50th stupid video in a row.
Yeah. Well, I
Hardly a
mean,
news story.
oh wow, I didn't know this. Reece, did you know this? He has a video, about Bill Kristol on the invade Cuba and make it a U.S. state. Did you see that?
I haven't, but we'll probably get to that at some point.
I'll say this. I don't have to work tomorrow. I'm open to watching it tonight because this video is from almost a month ago. We should probably watch something too that's like, pretty recent. It's a 6-minute video.
We're playing catch up. We'll get there. But no, that was a based idea as far as I'm concerned.
No, people were pissed because he was talking about making Washington D.C. a state, and so a lot of the more
the reason they're pissed is because they'll actually have to appeal to different demographics and they're not guaranteed to win. Like, really, I would work on a new strategy after the last election anyway, because it's even with all of those advantages, voter suppression advantages, electoral college advantages, they still lost. So they're gonna lose if Puerto Rico and DC become states, and they're fucking terrified. But Cuba becoming a state, that I like the sound of that because that implies liberation time. That's right.
So people were like saying how this was the most cringe and base take in the same take that they had seen.
No, it was based all around. It was a pro-democracy take.
Yeah, well, Reece, I've actually got some bad news for you. That guy you just said had a base take right there. He's actually a neocon Trotskyite who supported the Iraq War. So
what?
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta take that back. Gotta roll that back, bro.
You can't compliment warmonger, war criminal. So. By the way, Kanzik did compile the freeze frames.
Yeah, we'll get to that video. Honestly, we have enough Kyle for one day.
I know. We're only about 40% through the video, not even that. So
let's do it.
Stan. He increased drone strikes over 400%.
Good.
That's usually what happens when you don't have any people on the ground. That was the purpose of having drone strikes.
I'm not even like the biggest drone strikes. More female drone strike pilots. Like that's the meme. I'm down for more female drone strike pilots, but I also think that boots on the ground should be an option. So, and in the case of North Korea, nukes on the ground too. So,
drones are obviously they're useful because they can do things more quickly, more effectively. You're not going to be putting personnel in danger necessarily, but it's hardly like we basically did a decade's worth of our foreign policy was just drone strikes.
Yeah, they're not good. Like, look, they are way better than carpet bombing when it comes to collateral damage.
Yes.
But a surgical strike with special forces is not going to get as many innocent people killed as a drone strike. Because we're not going to pretend like there aren't accidental cases where you're going off cellular data and you get the wrong target, for example, or you have high collateral damage. That does happen.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, sometimes a wedding gets bombed with a drone. Guess what? If you send in special forces, that wouldn't happen.
So if Kyle's really against collateral damage caused by our drone usage, then he should argue for boots on the ground because that would be the most effective way of reducing those casualties.
And when I say like boots on the ground, I'm not even necessarily talking about a full-scale invasion or anything. I'm just talking about like SEALs and whatnot, like the Bin Laden sort of thing. Because like, say they went in there and Bin Laden wasn't there, and it turned out that the intel was wrong. It was just a house of like kids and stuff. Special forces can go in and be like, oh shit, stand down, we fucked up. Let's get out of here. A drone Hellfire missile can't do that. It just detonates. So
petition to ban secular talk clips from Ghoul Gang Rising. Hey man, that's like half our show.
Dude, that's half our show, dude. The show would have to shut down. We'd have to find a new lolcow, which we could probably do pretty easily these days. But
he's quite literally a lol cow. I never even put that together.
He is a Russian cow that doesn't know what grass is and doesn't know what farms are. He's like, ooh, what's this? That grass. Oh, what's that? Oh, that tastes like no memory, nothing. Just like in the field grazing. It's like, what's a farm?
A cow who doesn't even know where he's grazing.
Yeah, like the epitome of short-term memory loss.
His very first raid as president killed an 8-year-old American girl.
So
emotional manipulation.
Did Trump? He's talking, just for clarity, we're talking about Trump, right?
Yeah.
Was Trump like, oh yeah, make sure you kill an 8-year-old girl when you do the strike, just for good measure? Did Trump say that? Probably not. Probably not.
Yeah, it's almost like that was a trap.
Pretty sure that was collateral damage, Kyle.
It's almost like that was a travesty, and there was an immediate response of like, yeah, we're going to put steps in place to avoid this happening in the future.
Dude, Eric,
would you hear that from the Kremlin? Would you hear that from China? Probably not.
Eric's comment, this is so true. In Soviet Russia, Cal milks you. His Patreon is like, it's 6 figures, dude. It's like 15,000 a year or a month or whatever. Like, holy shit, dude. What a good gravy train, man.
I won't knock that.
He is the cow that milks people. So
the idea he's a non-interventionist is beyond absurd.
Not really. by the standards of somebody who's expected to be the commander-in-chief, yes. He basically was. He sailed to victory largely on a lot of populist rhetoric and anti-war talking points.
Yeah.
And that's why you had a lot of people on the left saying he's better than Hillary and he's better than Joe Biden. Even though they were hardly the biggest interventionists of all time either. Joe Biden even less so.
Yeah.
Oh, but I guess he's not strictly an anti-interventionist. He did a few things. I mean, like, yeah, he was pressured into doing things by Pompeo, by Bolton, by the generals. He was also just as likely to listen to Tucker Carl Markson. Oh yeah, but he's such a neocon. Fuck off, man.
That's right, neocon Tucker, right?
Oh. Well, obviously Tucker's a neocon. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
We have him at all the meetings.
Look at how he escalated with Iran.
Oh my God.
Just like Leon the neocon Trotsky too. So he's there as well.
I like that characterization too. Escalated with Iran. Oh no, Iran wasn't doing anything that required a response at all. For years upon years. No. It was us. He portrays it like it's a problem that we birthed. You know, things would have, there would have been peace and stability if you hadn't been escalating with Iran. Nope. There wasn't peace. You thought there was peace. There was a false sense of peace established in 2015 that you were gushing all over, but that wasn't real peace. That's the difference between you and I, Kyle. You say you support peace, but what you really support is endless war by Iran's proxies. I support real peace that is achieved through war sometimes, that you are on the complete wrong side of.
Yeah.
Ripped up the nuclear agreement when they were abiding by it.
No.
It was also a dumb idea and a dumb deal. So, this is something that Daniel Boardman pointed out. Even if they were to technically abide by the deal still gives them a window to get nukes within 20 years legitimately. So,
and they weren't abiding by it.
They weren't. Well, no, of course not.
They shoot away the inspectors.
Here's the thing about the deal. I think a lot of people don't understand. Under the terms of the deal, the IAEA was allowed to inspect Iranian nuclear facilities, but they had to give warning, and they could also be denied access to facilities, which happened. The IAEA said, oh yeah, you guys aren't allowed to inspect this part of that facility. You guys aren't allowed over there. You guys aren't allowed to this one, but you can go and take a look at half of this one and that kind of stuff. But you got to give us a heads up first, bro, and all this kind of stuff. The fact that people are still talking about the Iran deal as if it was a win for Obama and as if it would have kept the peace and everything. No, Iran was going to get nukes, and that's why Trump pulled out of it. Now, unfortunately, the one thing that you couldn't do by pulling out of it was get the money back, because Obama unfroze $150 billion of their assets abroad. And when they used that money, they used it to fund terror and to further their ballistic missiles and their enrichment program.
No, I think they used it for peacekeeping missions.
Oh yeah, like the Houthis and Hezbollah and stuff.
For friendship missions.
By the way, in case you're wondering, well, like, how much is $150 billion? That's not that much money, right? Like, America's got a lot of money. Iran has an economy that's worth $450 billion a year. That would be like unfreezing $6.5 trillion of American assets. It's part of a deal. That's a lot of money. How are you going to pay for it? Well, that's how you're going to pay for it.
How are you going to pay for it?
Yeah.
Guys, how are we going to pay for our terrorism? Oh, thanks, Obama.
I like how people don't even really talk about the $150 billion thing either when they're talking about the deal. And when Trump talked about it, he'd be like, yeah, you know, like he had the paper bills in the suitcase and like gave it to them and everything, which is like stupid because you can't fit 150 billion in a suitcase. It was an electronic thing. Like Trump made it out that Obama gave Iran $150 billion of American taxpayer money. That's not true. But from the standpoint of the regime, it wouldn't have made a difference if they did or didn't. They got $150 billion they wouldn't have otherwise had access to. And look at what they did. I mean, I wonder why the Houthis missiles are so accurate and can hit a
I thought they were primitive, man. What happened? I thought they didn't have plumbing and all that.
That's right. Like people say, oh no, they can't hurt people. They're just like fighting for their freedom and stuff and all this kind of thing. And it's like they're not a serious threat. Then why do they have state-of-the-art missiles that can hit an oil drum from 1,000 kilometers away with dead accuracy? Oh, maybe it was Iran that gave them those, and maybe they procured that and developed a lot of that with the $150 billion that Obama unfroze of their stuff. And you know, people say, oh, but it was actually their money. Yeah, like Hanzik says, right? It was actually their money. That's true. It was Iranian assets that were held in foreign markets. Yeah, but why shouldn't we freeze their money? Like, I don't recognize the regime.
Don't you believe in capitalism, bro? Don't you believe in free markets?
That's right. That's right.
Owned. Once more.
Owned. It'd be like saying,
owned.
It'd be like saying that you froze a bank robber's account. It's like he robbed a bank. That was his money, man. It was their money, man. It's like it's a criminal rogue regime. Why are we going to treat them like we would the UK or Australia? That's stupid. Also, we can do whatever the hell we want. So
no,
amazing.
What about international law?
Mallah. I'm never going to get over how the European Union's stupid reaction to taking out Mohsen Fakhrizadeh was to, as Timothy Spin so accurately illustrated, console the regime and talk about how they were concerned that his human rights were violated because Mossad assassinated him. He felt bad, man.
Oh,
He felt sad, man.
we are concerned.
We're concerned, bro. Those evil, spooky Mossad Jews, man.
The Zio Pepe.
The Ziocons. Yeah.
According to every international source, the IAEA went in there, they were looking at it, they were regulating, and they said, yeah, they're following the agreement to a T.
No, that's not even what the IAEA said. The IAEA
but Kyle told me
said that they no. But here's the thing: following the agreement, yes, they were technically following the agreement by telling them that they're not allowed to inspect certain places, because under the deal, they could say to the inspectors, "You got to give us a heads up of like 2 weeks or whatever the hell it was," and the IAEA goes in then and can't find stuff. That doesn't mean that they didn't have the stuff. The IAEA recently said as well, back in September, that they had stockpiled 12 times the allotted amounts of enriched uranium that they were allowed under the terms of the deal. So Kyle made this video a month ago. The IAEA put out a report about 6 months ago that contradicts what Kyle's saying 5 months later. Kyle, do your research, bro.
I don't trust him to quote anyone. So he says they say, yeah, everything's fine. No. It's not what they're saying now, and that's not what they said then.
We ripped up the deal. We sanctioned them. They can't get a lot of the medicine
that's
Bullshit.
not true. Medicine is exempt from the sanctions.
Oh, but I heard it on Sputnik News and Russia Today.
Where is he even getting the medicine thing from? Like that is a blatant exclusion from the sanctions. They're not sanctioning medicine. Where is he getting that from?
It's a common talking point in their circles, honestly. I don't know where it first originated from, though.
What does he do with his time? Like, what is research like for Kyle?
You know what it is, though? It's kind of amazing the way he approaches different governments. So let's say that there's this medical shortage caused because Iran is such an oppressive state. Nowhere are you going to hear, hey, maybe Iran should stop funding terrorism and actually, funnel some funds to their people. Maybe Iran should uplift their people who are suffering. Maybe that's Iran's problem. So when Iran is sanctioned over human rights abuses, don't then say, well, actually, your sanctions produce human rights abuses because, yeah, one, medicine is exempt from those sanctions. And two, this is a point that I've made in other videos as well. Okay, so you could have one of two worlds. You can have a world in which Iran oppresses their citizens and goes unchallenged, or you can and commits, regional terrorism. Or you can have a world in which Iran does all those things, but there is actually a punishment. There's actually an effort to prevent that, to prevent them from funding their jihad, to prevent them from cracking down on their people. Which world do you think Kyle prefers? Doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure it out, man.
Wow.
they need in that country.
I'll tell you what world I prefer. It's the one where we actually do something. The bare minimum. It's the world.
Imperialism.
It's the world. The bare minimum is withholding funds. That saves us so many problems in the future. Oh, yeah, but I guess it is imperialism. Fair enough.
It's imperialism, man. Imperialism.
Imperialism over synperialism.
Millions are being hurt. We did an offensive and illegal strike.
Okay, so this is the part of the video here I know because I watched it and I commented at every timestamp to say how Kyle was full of shit basically on his channel. There are a lot of sentences that are about to happen where he's about to say something that's so stupid it's probably going to take us 2 minutes each to go over why it's dumb. But take a look at this one. This one's a doozy.
On General Soleimani, who, by the way, on the ground...
Okay, so he said that the strike on Soleimani was illegal.
No.
Where in U.S. law does it stipulate that you're not allowed to assassinate the head of the Quds Force, a man who was responsible for the deaths of about 400,000 people?
Of your people. It's almost like if you're involved in a war, you can kill anyone on the opposing side.
Oh, and he also, he was responsible for American deaths too. When I say 400,000, I'm talking about mostly in Iraq. But
I think I misheard you. I thought you said 400, but no. He killed way more other people
in the region. Some of them were American service personnel, though. So yeah,
and not to mention that he'd been attacking us that week. He'd been coordinating attacks against us that week.
Yeah. But I wonder what he was doing in Baghdad. Was he just there to hang out and
for peace
and chill with the boys?
He was there for friendship.
Like he wasn't assassinated in Iran. He was assassinated in the tarmac at Baghdad.
Got roasted. So he says that's illegal.
He got barbecued, dude.
It's illegal, bro. According to what? The Green Lantern Corps? What law is being broken here exactly?
Yeah, like where in the US criminal code does it say that it's illegal to kill Qasem Soleimani? Where
the
in the
UN
US
won't like it.
Yeah, but the UN isn't American law. So
no, the finger waggers might not like it.
Yeah.
Was on the front line fighting ISIS. He was one of the top anti-ISIS fighters in the region.
Wow.
Okay. That just so we're clear here, Soleimani killed more people than ISIS. So to put it into context, he was responsible for more deaths. And now, granted, it was over a much longer period in his career, but saying, oh, but he was a fighter against ISIS is kind of like saying that Stalin was an anti-fascist because he fought Hitler. It's like
missing some key context. That's my advice to all the despots of the world. Hey, if you want a bunch of Westerners to support you, I guess fight ISIS. It's so weird though. Remember when people with their really far left foreign policy takes, they were against the war on terror. They were really only against our involvement in the war on terror though. Assad, Putin, Soleimani, they can do whatever in fact, they're heroes. They're heroes for fighting ISIS.
There were heroes, were war criminals.
I see how it is, Mr. Cow.
In no way, shape, or form can you call this guy a non-interventionist.
He had non-interventionist tendencies, you obtuse motherfucker.
He says, the military-industrial complex is back in charge with Biden. The military-industrial complex was in charge with your dad too.
What? Wow. How are they in charge? If they were in charge, wouldn't Iran be dust?
Yeah, wouldn't North Korea have met the spooky Nukies? Like,
how are they in charge?
Wow.
How are they in charge? Are you going to agree with what Donald Trump Jr. said, that with Biden they're in charge? Biden, who his administration still hasn't laid out a coherent policy on North Korea? That's the military-industrial complex being in fucking charge to you? No.
I like this comment from Kansik. Look at his face. You can tell he's genuinely seething inside. He is still upset over Salami's butchering.
Salamis.
There was a video, dude. Yeah, I mean, what you do with salami, right? You butcher the salami, right?
Chop it up. There was a video we ended up not playing because it was like
barbecued
a short
salami, barbecued Baghdad salami on the tarmac, man.
There was a video we didn't end up playing for the show because it was like under 10 seconds, but it was a clip taken from an Iranian representative to the UN Human Rights Council. And they were saying, they were lamenting the death of Soleimani and saying what a peaceful and lovely man he was, or some nonsense like that. He was a man dedicated to peace. The great General Soleimani.
Yeah, man. Comrade Stalin just wanted peace, man.
Well, yeah.
He picked John Bolton to be one of his top foreign policy advisors.
That's a nice face too. I mean, they clashed on everything.
Oh, that face, dude. Yeah, that is a memeable moment. A memeable moment on Ghoul Gang Rising.
The meme moment of the night.
Yeah, they say he's a ghouly ghoul. So the walrus has been invoked. He has been summoned tonight. And he's got a message for Kyle. You're down 89%. You're done, son.
You're done, son. Okay, so Trump appointed Bolton, most likely because they agreed on China, and they were both against the Iran nuclear deal, not even for the same reason necessarily. And then they proceeded to clash on basically every major issue from that point.
Bolton talks about in his book, if you guys check out his book, The Room Where It Happened, one of his books that he put out last year, he talks about how Donald Trump wanted to meet him and have him over at Mar-a-Lago and everything. And he was looking at even hooking him up with a Secretary of State position, perhaps. But he said at one point in their conversation, he said, he's like, Ambassador Bolton, you and me are exactly the same. We both have, like, basically, he's like, if people love you and people hate you, and people love me and people hate me, we are exactly the same. That's what he said to him. And he said that he liked him. He thought that his mustache was cool, and he remembered him from always being on TV on Fox News. So that's what he said. So that was, I think, that
basically was it. He saw him on Fox News and said, hey, basically Bolton would say some nice things like about Trump's approach to China or Trump railing against the Iran deal, and Trump liked that. He didn't like Bolton so much when Bolton actually began to challenge him and any of his isolationist tendencies. Didn't like that so much. And very much, I mean, threw him under the bus in North Korea.
Yeah. And Afghanistan. I mean, let's not forget the reason why John Bolton wound up leaving the administration was because Donald Trump wanted to literally throw a peace party for the Taliban at Camp David right around the anniversary of 9/11. By the way, Camp David's like right near, pretty close to New York City. And John Bolton was like, this is the dumbest idea, and this is speculation now, but I imagine John Bolton walked into his office and said, Mr. President, this is the dumbest idea and I'll have no part in it. And you shouldn't do this. It's completely stupid and counterproductive and dumb. And Trump threw a temper tantrum about it, and John Bolton had to resign afterwards. That's my view. So, because now Pompeo, on the other hand, was totally down for a peace party with the Taliban. He went over there to Doha and was all smiles with the Taliban. So,
he was at that point, like, he was like one of the last people standing. He was terrified of losing his job.
I know, dude. Imagine having that much money and that much notoriety. Like, let's say you left the White House, you could find another job in a week. Why do you have to be scared of losing your job? Like, I can't imagine having that much money and having to like be like, oh, I gotta kiss this guy's ass or whatever. Why? Like, what, power? The whole thing was a one-man show for the most part. Like,
yeah, I mean, Trump would only go along with your advice if he had already agreed with it previously. So
exactly.
Your input doesn't really matter at that point.
Exactly.
No, he was. I really think he was shit terrified of being fired.
How sad. Because John Bolton didn't care. Like, if you read John Bolton, what he had to say about it, he basically saw it as, well, I'm here to do what I can for my country. And if it doesn't work out, basically, then I go back to what I do anyway. So he was like a Chat. He basically was like, I'm done.
And to this day, Bolton's still roasting Trump, even though
That's
Trump's
right.
not even president. He's just like, this is stupid. Like, if something's bad foreign policy wise, he'll say, this is very Trumpian thinking.
That's right.
I'm like, oh my God, that's so awesome. You used to work for Trump, and now you're like, man, fuck that guy.
That's right.
He wouldn't let me do what I wanted to do.
But John Bolton can do that because John Bolton's based and ghoul pilled. You know who can't do that? Mike Pompeo, because Mike Pompeo is a weak little yes man, and
Absolutely.
He can't do that because he doesn't have a backbone. The way that because look, John Bolton has so much of a backbone. His I was going to say walrus. His mustache has a backbone. His mustache has a backbone. This guy right here.
That's what keeps it in place, man.
Yeah. I mean, because when you're going in and you're sinking ships in the Arctic, you don't want your mustache to get disheveled. So when he sunk that ship a couple years ago that Billy Bond covered, his mustache, it was still like pristine, man, and he had to swim pretty far out from the United States to go and sink that ship in the Arctic Ocean. But, that's what he does. He wasn't, he wasn't busy anymore or whatever. So, he had some free time on his hands. So he went and sunk a Russian vessel, took matters into his own hands. So
that's how he vents.
That's right. Just blowing off steam. And but here's the thing though. John Bolton, if you look at what he says on Twitter, check out the replies on Twitter. There's like hundreds of people, the regular usual suspects. Like I'll recognize these random accounts that like I don't have any interaction with them except for I'll see them replying to John Bolton. I read John Bolton tweet and they'll be like, "You're a coward and a traitor who didn't testify when you had the opportunity to." And like I can't tell if these people are like Trump type Republicans that just want to like dunk on Bolton, or if they're like really hacky resistance Dems that
easily they're resistance.
They're resistance Dems. But here's the problem with that though. John Bolton didn't testify because he saw it as essentially a political theater to boost Pelosi's profile. He says if you look into why he made the decisions he did, he felt that it was a blatantly partisan process that didn't make any effort to actually reach out to Republicans whose votes you would need for it to actually have a chance of succeeding. So he's like, why would I want to be a pawn in your political theater? You know, he's like, he didn't think that it would make a difference anyway. So
he also said that he was willing to testify before the Senate.
Yeah, he'd have to be called to, though, he said explicitly, and they never called him to.
There you go. So he wasn't completely opposed. Yeah, those people, they're such NPCs. They say the same thing under all of his tweets. It's like, get a new joke. Seriously.
Well, for people who spend
years.
so much time trying to roast Bolton, you would think that for once they would just take some time to try to listen to the interviews where he explains his reasoning, you know, but they can't even do that. It's like Kyle, he can't even look up the actual terms of the sanctions against Iran. He just says, oh, it prohibits medicine. That's wrong. He's just lied to 50,000 viewers right there. And if I go to the video, and I commented a lot in the video, I think I left about 20 comments of various timestamps, you know. All the other comments, by and large, were just big upping Kyle. Nobody talked about the medicine that I could see. Nobody was like, well, that I like you, Kyle, but that's not actually true. Nobody said that.
Of course not. Because they don't know, because this is their only news source.
This is their only news source. They got their history lesson growing up from Michael Moore, and now they get their news from Kremlin Kyle.
The average Kyle viewer, if they were like turning in a dissertation, it would say sources, dude, trust me. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
Anyway, I suppose we can get back into this guy. Fun.
By the way, just for reference, we're 3 minutes through the video and we didn't talk for the Don Jr. part. So this is how long it takes to break down Kyle's BS.
We're gonna try to speed it up.
We'll try to speed it up. Then we'll go to intermission, and then we got some other clips for you guys.
Bingo.
To John Bolton all the time, and John Bolton is one of the biggest neocon warhawks in the country.
Mwah, mwah.
Oh God, the neocon ghouls.
He doesn't even identify as a neocon.
They strike again. Yeah, no, he's not. That's another thing. If you actually looked into John Bolton, they've asked him if he considers himself a neocon, and he said no. He said he's not a neocon. He doesn't believe that it's the United States' role to spread democracy throughout the world. He's an offensive realist. Like that's what he is. He's
that's too much.
Yeah. Oh, that's like, but again, this is from Kyle. Somebody who spends all of his time talking about foreign policy, where for him, he thinks everybody from liberal internationalists up to offensive realists are all just neocons. That's the degree of nuance we have with Kyle.
More neocons at it again.
This would be, by the way, this would be the equivalent, because like this is his field, this is his specialty. This is what he focuses on and gets paid, you know, a way above average salary to do it. This would be the equivalent of a doctor, and you went into the doctor's office and you asked the doctor, you know, I've been feeling like I've got the flu, and you know, I'm worried, you know, maybe it could be the coronavirus and everything. I'm worried, you know, what's going on. And the doctor says, no, it's going to be okay. You know, we checked it out. You don't have cancer. And you're like, okay, but I was wondering about the flu, and it's like, no, it's gonna be fine. You don't have cancer. It's like, okay, that's weird. And then somebody who does go in is just like, oh yeah, you've got cancer, and they're like, wait, what kind? And they're like, cancer. Like
cancer.
You either have cancer or you don't have cancer. Those are the only two answers.
I guess those technically would be the only two options.
For Kyle, you're either a neocon or you're not a neocon. That's it. That's the extent of his foreign policy analysis. The guy has a degree, by the way. The guy makes
at least he talks about other issues, right? At some point. Oh, maybe not.
Maybe not.
I guess he dunks. I guess he dunks on Dave Rubin sometimes.
It's just neocon or not neocon. Likewise, it'd be the same thing with the doctor. Like, can you imagine you went in and, you went to a physicist, for example, and you said, like somebody like Neil deGrasse Tyson, and you said, we were watching Haas's debate and we're wondering, what was his power level? Can you run the calculations? And they say, it was over 9,000. It's like, okay. But how far over? Like, what magnitude are we talking? It's like, everything's either over 9,000 or under 9,000. It's physics, man.
Hey, man, that's technically true.
Physics isn't easy, man.
Yeah, I was about to say that. That's what I would ask Neil deGrasse Tyson. Hey, Neil, is physics an easy?
Yeah.
And he'd say, for me, yes. It's very easy.
Or it'd be like, you had a geologist or something, or like you had you had a meteorologist, and you said, what's the weather going to be like next week? And they're like, it's going to be less than 60 degrees Celsius. And you're like, oh, okay, I guess that's useful information. So but I guess most of you guys deal in Fahrenheit. What would that be in Fahrenheit? That's like what, like 160 Fahrenheit or something? Like whatever. Like, say, oh, it's gonna be less than 200 degrees Fahrenheit tomorrow. It's either less than,
I would hope so.
like that, because that's the point. Because like 60 degrees, by the way, like in the summer and in Saudi, it's like 45 degrees so Celsius. So but like those are your only two things. That's the vibes that Kyle gives off. You're either a neocon or you're not a neocon, in which case you're like Kyle and Jimmy Dore. You're a true progressive and you're anti-war.
Dun, dun, dun. Anyway.
So I wonder why his numbers are down 89%.
It couldn't have anything to do with making the exact same video over and over and over. Like, what's the point of being a regular viewer?
Well, Fred Jones asked, who the walrus? Well, this guy's the walrus, man.
Cuckoo Kachu.
Yeah. That's what he said when he trashed the Russian ship.
Cuckoo Kachu, motherfucker.
Yeah, cuckoo Kachu, motherfucker. Yeah, and then they lost the ship, and because there was speculation that it was a mother walrus who was protecting her cubs. No, it was just Bolton who was blowing off steam after having to deal with the Trump administration. So
anyway,
I mean, sure, he was slightly less hawkish than John Bolton.
Yeah.
Oh God! See,
slightly less hawkish than John Bolton. Okay.
But that's like hiring fucking Charles Manson and then being like, well, I like murder slightly less than this guy.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Dude, his analogies are so dumb. Everything about this guy is just, he's a lolcow, man. He's the lolcow in chief, man. This is ridiculous.
Compare John Bolton to Charles fucking Manson.
They both did crimes, man. They both did war crimes, man.
Oh. Yeah, thanks, Kyle. Thanks for that. I mean, really he did that in that old video that we watched on Bloodhouse History. Actually, it was the video about Bill Crystal. So basically, in the video, he's talking about Bill Crystal, and he says, I don't want to bring up Godwin's Law, but Bill Crystal, he sounds kind of like them, if you know what I mean. I was like, seriously? He sounds like a Nazi because he wants He wants soldiers deployed in Afghanistan, so he's a Nazi.
He did the meme, so he compared the neocons to the Nazis. Wait, I thought that the neocons are supposed to be communists. So what is it? Okay.
Yeah, there needs to be a consistent standard among the smear merchants, I think.
Are they Trotskyites or are they Hitler?
And then being like, well, I like murder slightly less than this guy. I mean, that's really what it's like. What a ridiculous way of talking about this issue. And it's not just him, by the way. It's not like it was a one-off. Like, oh, he brought in John Bolton, but at least everybody else he had around him was not a neocon. Mike
Pompeo was a yes man. We already went over that.
Yeah, we went over Mike Pompeo, but look at what he's about to say about Mike Pompeo.
Pompeo is a tried and true, committed, deep neocon.
Deep neocon?
Deep neocon.
Yo,
not even
that's
shallow.
deep.
Not even shallow. Like, not even shallow neocon.
He's an anti-shallow neocon.
Yeah, deep neocon, dude.
That's like, a deep take, bro.
Dude.
No, I mean that's patently false. We talked about how he would bend on everything. Like he had his own ideas, his own principles, but if those would conflict with his job security, no, he wasn't pursuing those.
What does that mean? Committed, tried, true, deep neocon. Kyle doesn't know what a neocon is, though.
It's anybody who he disagrees with.
Anybody who likes war. Which, like, by the way, Mike Pompeo wanted to do peace with the Taliban. So
sounds like a neocon to me.
He literally is pictured smiling with the Taliban. That's something that Bolton refused to do.
And I don't think he identifies as a neocon either.
No, that's because he's not. But yeah, no, he doesn't. He doesn't.
But he was in the CIA, bro.
Yeah, he's in the CIA. Yeah.
Gina Haspel. This is somebody.
Okay.
Here we go.
We're about to see. Again, this is a guy who makes minimum about $300,000 a year to cover foreign policy and U.S. news, but probably more than that with sponsorships and whatever the hell else, speaking engagements, whatnot. Probably makes a lot more than that each year. So you should probably know some of the key figures involved in the U.S. government over the years that he's been covering the administrations. Listen to how he's about to refer to Gina Haspel, who was director of the CIA. She was director of the CIA. Look at how he's about to refer to her.
Who was a torturer under the Bush administration. And you brought him in to be, I think, to be
him?
You brought him. No, I can't get over how uneducated and how uninformed Kyle is. So
I loved when you told that to me because I didn't even catch it the first time I watched the video. Like you can't even. Gina's a woman's name. How are you?
Gina.
Oh, did you say Gene? Like Gene Simmons?
Dude, it's Gina. What do you mean? Dude, where are you going? Dude, Kyle, you just did an oopsie that let everybody clue into the fact that you probably don't know what you're talking about, man.
Yeah, Gina Haspel. He was a torturer under the Bush administration. Except not really. Like
he did. Oh yeah, we can talk about that after. I just want to get to the misgendering thing.
Misgendering.
Oopsies. Him.
Yeah. Way to respect people's genders, Kyle.
You know what that means? Like, let's say that he thought that Gina was a male name, for example, and he was reading an article back when, Haspel was, in the administration and everything. He might have been like, oh, why are they referring to him as her? And then Google Gina Haspel and be like, oh, it's a woman. Okay, that makes sense. So this signals to me he's never read an article involving Gina Haspel. Never, like, dude. How the hell are you so anti-CIA and you don't even know who the power players are? He doesn't know anything, dude. Dude, he doesn't know shit. Because this...
No, man. This guy's the expert.
This reveals so much. Dude.
This is the expert.
The fact that he can do that... What else? Who else does he think? Does he think Gene Kirkpatrick was a male? Well, he'd be like, who's that?
I don't even know.
Does he think? I wonder what gender he thinks Hillary Clinton is. He probably knows who she is. I think he's talked about her in the past, but okay. Okay. Let's say who else out there is in politics and everything. Ron DeSantis. I wonder what he thinks of her. Like, no, dude. Gina. And by the way, you could say, well, everybody like makes mistakes and stuff, and like if I were to say that, I'd be like, I meant him. He doesn't correct himself in the video. Nobody calls him out either.
Yeah, no, not a single comment.
Dude, we're going to watch this again. This part.
Oh no.
This is somebody who was a torturer under the Bush administration, and you brought him in to be.
Gina Haspel. Gina Haspel.
You brought him in to do a dirty job.
Gina Haspel. Dude, Kyle, you have no idea. Dude, you're in over your head, dude. You have no idea what you're talking about.
That could describe most moments.
This is what Gina Haspel looks like, by the way. So there you go.
Clearly a man. That's a hint.
How,
right?
my question is that this raises a number of alarms. Gina is usually a female name, usually. So that should have probably been a red flag and been like, oh, weird. But you know what the bigger thing is for me than even that? It's the fact that Kyle has no idea who this even really is.
Of course not.
Like, there's no way. There's no way he's read about Gina Haspel tons of times, ton of articles and stuff about Gina Haspel, and never clued into the fact that Gina Haspel was a woman. Like that to me, it seems like what's more likely is he heard the name Gina Haspel and used to work at the CIA and concluded from that torturer and just thought, oh yeah, that's why he brought him in.
That's a man's job.
That's a man's name, man.
That's what men do.
Men like Gina. Kyle, no, I mean, again, you say, oh, well, everybody makes mistakes and stuff, but like, this goes to a broader point of how little Kyle actually does keep up with the news, considering the fact that this is his only job.
Yeah, I don't think I have that kind of charity in me, because basically everything he said in the video has been a mistake.
Everything. He's right.
That was just the most...
every single sentence. This is the worst Kyle reaction video we've done. We've had other Kyle reaction videos where we're like, okay, let's try to speed it up a bit, and we go through like 5 or 6 sentences and then pause it. Every single sentence he said something that's so asinine that we can't not
jumping
stop.
Between topics too. It's just like, look over here and then look over here.
It's a squirrel.
I mean,
apparently very triggered and blocked me on Twitter recently. That stupid squirrel.
That's the worst part about Kyle, though, is because he'll say something that takes him 0.2 seconds to say, takes us 10 minutes to actually talk about in any detail it deserves.
No, I like this comment from Nicholas. Kyle will expose the CIA, yet he doesn't even know the directress was a woman.
Some real exposure happening here.
More like Gina Haspel.
No, this, and I mean, we're talking about the reaction. This isn't the worst Kyle video. Honestly, the worst Kyle video I've ever seen was the one that we watched on the Bloodhouse stream the other day.
Oh,
the one on Bill Maher talking about Vietnam. That was easily the worst Kyle video I've ever seen. Kyle's mild compared to the crazy shit he used to say.
Really?
Yeah,
because
no.
like Bill Maher is a pretty anti-war dude. What did Bill Maher have to say though?
Bill Maher was speaking favorably in some degree to the Vietnam War.
Oh, really?
And it was like an old clip. It was like from the 90s. So basically, Kyle, I think you kind of heard it a little bit, but Kyle said in that video, I would not care if every nation in the world went communist. That's how much of an individualist I am.
Whoa.
I'm not kidding. He said that.
Dude,
that's the face he needs.
I'm going to have to... Dude, I can't even deal with this shit. How is this guy real? How is he 35 and says this shit?
He wouldn't care. He's a true individualist. He's the truest.
That's something that you say when you're like 8 years old and people explain to you why that sounds really stupid and you probably shouldn't say that again. But he's 35.
Imagine if you said that about fascism.
Yeah, I know. Dude. By the way, same logic applies. If he was being honest with you, he'd say, well, yeah, it's not our sphere of influence.
Yeah, he just can't say that because it would be politically incorrect. You're not allowed to say that.
Yeah, you can't really say it's okay if Hitler takes over the world except for America. You can say it's okay if Stalin does except for America, but
even though Stalin was worse, killed more people.
killed more people. That's absolutely true. So W.R. Winter says, no. Kyle's talking about Haspel's twin brother. He was the medieval inquisitor who put the innocent Browns on the rack, the Iron Maiden, etc. So
that's the other thing. Okay, so we talked about this too. The quote unquote torture that happened during the Bush years, it's not even fair to call that torture and then call the Iron Maiden torture.
That's right. No, he packed so much cringe into this. We just spent 5 minutes going over, probably longer than that,
that's how he characterized her job. Not that she was working at the CIA.
Excuse me, his job.
Sorry, I'm misgendering again.
It's Gina.
Yeah, Gino's job, and Gino was the torturer in chief for Bush. Because what? Because they did some waterboarding.
Dude, every Kyle video is such a doozy. Dude, he has to be like, I mean, I know there's Jimmy, I know there's Medhurst, I know there's Abby, I know there's Tulsi, but I feel like I'm the most flabbergasted by how stupid the shit that Kyle says is. I don't know. I mean, because
he's a tried and true deep favorite lolcow for the show.
Like, we basically have to talk about him on every episode. It wouldn't be Ghoul Gang Rising if we didn't dunk on Kremlin Kyle.
Yeah, it would feel wrong,
head of the CIA.
Feel wrong, man.
I mean, it is.
We'll watch that one more time.
Bush administration, and you brought him in to be a head of the CIA.
Dude,
he said, I think. Hold on, did you hear that? He said, I think you brought him in to be head of the CIA.
Wait.
Do you not know? Do you not know that's what happened?
Wait, we're gonna.
Holy shit, man. I'm losing it. I
missed that, dude. You know what this is? This is layers of cringe. This is like those Russian dolls where it's like you open up one, oh, there's another one.
It sounds like McCarthyism.
It sounds like McCarthy.
Sounds like Russophobia. Why do you have to bring up the Russian nesting dolls? Why do you have to compare me to that, guys? I'm an American. I love America. I want the Americans to be. What about our infrastructure and Medicare for all? And guys, I love America. I'm not Russian, I swear. Then the Russian national anthem starts playing.
we're gonna have to watch this again, but like this that right there is one react. So
one react. Oh Jesus!
Look at Kyle. No, that needs to be like a meme of like when you think you're like super smart and you're like, yeah, you know,
I nailed it, bro.
Nailed it, bro. Those guys didn't know what they were talking about, and like your solution to like 8 + 8 is like 26. Like, okay,
big number.
You speak faster. Okay, we're watching that again. So there's layers of stupid in this. Okay, yeah.
Pompeo is a tried and true committed deep neocon. Gina Haspel, this is somebody who was a torturer under the Bush administration, and you brought him in to be, I think, to be head of the CIA.
He said, I think you brought him in. I
think. Yep.
Dude, get it together, dude.
This is somebody's primary news source. Let that depress you.
This is his job. Look at like this isn't even the sort of thing that you'd say you should have done research before the video, Kyle. He's got 13,000 videos. He probably should have figured this out at some point along the way. What the hell else doesn't he know? Does he know who?
Why bring it up? I mean, like, if this wasn't the topic of the video, why bring up Gina Haspel at all if you're going to misgender her and are not even sure of her occupation? This is a problem that you created.
It's not a live stream either. He could have edited that.
I think he does the show live.
Oh.
But maybe I think he records it all in one chunk. But he obviously doesn't edit it beyond clipping out individual segments.
Wait, if he does it live, how come whenever I go to his channel, he's never live? I've never seen Kyle.
He might do it to like Patreon or something like that.
Oh, Secular Talk Radio. Maybe that's where.
Yeah, I think that's what he does. And these are just segments from the show.
No. I went to that link and it says account suspended. This account has been suspended. Contact your hosting provider for more information. Weird. Kulinski show. Oh, okay. I guess he does live shows.
I'm assuming, just based on the format of how all the videos are recorded, that they're probably all from one big chunk. But I've never seen him live, so it could go either way.
I mean, it is fascinating to watch how you can have this complete and utter mythology be built around Trump.
He's talking about mythology here. Yet he's the guy who's talking about like men like Gina Haspel maybe being the CIA and stuff.
What mythology is being built up about Trump exactly? That he had non-interventionist tendencies? He did. Yeah, he wasn't as non-interventionist as you would be or Jimmy would be. But I mean that's crazy. That's an extreme. And Trump was really pushing it for a modern president. So you've refuted nothing. This video so far he said nothing. Listen, everything here has been in vain. I'm amazed he's actually talking about the subject. I mean, if he brought it back to the topic, that all that tells me is that we're near the end of the video.
Mm-hmm.
Am I right? Are we near the end?
Close. We're about 75% the way through.
I mean, see, but that's like a sign. Like, okay, so he's done bringing up useless bullshit, and now we're talking about the topic again. Oh yeah, that's what this video is about. Donald Trump Jr.
Nicholas is saying that he did do live streams before, and it was frustrating. This is frustrating. Everything like this.
The live stream would potentially be less frustrating because maybe we could spam the chat and be like, "Shut the fuck up, Kyle."
That's true.
Maybe he'd be forced to acknowledge people for once.
Wait, if Mike Pompeo, by the way, is a tried and true, deep, committed neocon and all this shit, then what's Bill Kristol?
A fascist.
Oh, I guess there we go.
A tried and true red, white, and blue deep neocon.
a fascist Trotskyite. So.
That's
As if he's like non-interventionist, when his whole record is a continuation
His dad was literally Trotsky, by the way.
of the establishment and the status quo.
No.
He didn't end the wars, he increased the wars.
The wars
Increased the wars?
I'm never going to get over how stupid just having the phrase "the wars" sounds in context. What wars? Specify the wars, Kyle. And when you just say "end the wars, keep the wars," which wars? What are we talking about? Iraq? Are we talking about what? There were some special forces troops in Niger at the request of the Nigerian government to get rid of like Boko Haram and stuff. He considers the U.S. to have an ongoing war in Niger, right? So he's included Niger as one of the 7 wars. But I think
he said that was the 8th war.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Because he had a video about how like U.S. goes from 7 to 8 wars.
We're probably up to like 15, based on what he's saying about Trump, because apparently that's what Trump did. He increased the wars. What war did Trump increase spending or presence in a war? Every bit of rhetoric was about withdrawal. I mean, if he'd had a second term, we probably would have gone through with that. That was one of the few positive changes, I think, notably on the foreign policy side for Joe Biden, was they basically nixed that Afghanistan withdrawal plan. They said, yeah, no, we're not sticking by that. I think if Trump had won, we probably would have basically been gone.
Nicholas says as a correction, I meant Trump was an isolationist, contrary to what Kyle thinks, which was frustrating as hell.
I mean, so he functionally was. He was such an unreliable loose cannon. He was basically just an asset to America's enemies for 4 years.
Yeah, I know. He wasn't talking about if Kyle streamed or not, though. So nobody knows if Kyle ever actually live streamed. But
yeah, it doesn't matter.
Sorry, that's the reality. Now,
Kyle's gonna tell us the realities of Gina Haspel and her gender.
And his career.
Makes sense to go after
89% down. Oh, I'm sure that's just the algorithm, though.
I'm just waiting for somebody to make like one of those sock accounts where it's just like Gina, the male, Haspel. And it's
Gino. Like, Big Gino.
For doing, more bombing, because he's doing the same thing Trump did. He's continuing the wars and he's escalating the war.
What
the wars?
What are you talking about?
The wars. Like I like how Kansick says the wars sounds like a dog whistle for something. Does he want to end the wars or does he want to end the
the jars? The other J word. Okay.
Yeah, like juice, like
yes.
juice, right?
Juice, the apple juice.
Yeah, orange juice. Yeah.
So go after Biden for that. But you guys have to take responsibility for
Gina uses he/him pronouns.
Go after Biden for that. Go after Biden. What has Biden done besides the strikes in Syria after 3 attacks?
Yeah, Reece, jars for Wizreal.
Perfect. That's my band name.
The fact that you weren't anti-war at all. At all. Now, he brings up Liz Cheney because Liz Cheney spoke out against Trump with the attempted insurrection and I think supported impeachment. And so there's this war going on now, this GOP civil war, and he's trying to go after her. But it's funny because he brings up foreign policy because she's a notorious war hawk and neocon maniac.
Okay, it's so obvious to me how rent-free the Cheneys live in this guy's head, right? Like, they're just like, get a load of this, kiddo. Like, that's them there just being like, what the hell is wrong with this guy?
Notorious warhawk neocon maniac. I don't know, she looks pretty happy to me. Look at her. Look at that smile.
I mean, Kyle brings up, like, Liz Cheney or Dick Cheney in basically every video he ever makes,
Still living rent free in your head, kiddo.
He hasn't been vice president since 2009, and it's 2021, and Kyle can't stop talking about him. I mean, you know, Dick Cheney had a powerful legacy, and then you got Liz Cheney as well.
Oh my God, they have children.
Yeah,
it never ends.
It's like there's two of them.
There's two of them.
It's like, how could there be two, dude? How could there be two? It was bad enough there was one. He did the wars. Now there's two, and she also wants to do the wars.
Oh yeah, the wars. Just like the
wars.
Just like the wars that Biden's been escalating and somehow continuing and escalating. Okay, whatever that means.
Gina Haspel's a man. Sorry, that's the reality.
Reality has been established.
Because Kyle always says that. Sorry, that's just the reality.
He does say that a lot. Deeply ironic.
That's one of his go-tos. Like for me, like I'll have go-tos like fringe and cringe, bunk and junk, meek and weak, tough and buff. For Kyle, he'll be like, that's just the reality.
That's just reality, bro.
That's what his go-tos are, like epic style. You know, it's like that, you know.
But it's like he brings that up as if Trump really has deep disagreements with Cheney on that front. He doesn't. He really doesn't.
Yes.
That's not true. How do you watch the news, or if you ever watch the news, Kyle, and see that? Like, what?
No disagreement whatsoever.
Oh, but she voted with Trump sometimes.
Well, yeah, and then she, by the end, said we should impeach this guy. Really sounds like they're in lockstep. Am I right?
Oh, man. Well, Nicholas says, for Kyle's mania with Liz Cheney alone, I hope she becomes minority leader. Now, I'll take it a step further than that. I said it in the video I made that this thumbnail is from. That, by the way, is the thumbnail that got us Daniel and all the memes with Daniel, because he saw that thumbnail and then watched the video. And then he challenged me to a debate, and he's like, so where are your politics, man? And Drunk in the Woods. And, hey, Henry, I know you're the moderator, but what's your view of me? We got a lot of memes from that debate. That right there, in that video, I said, no, I hope she becomes Speaker of the House one day. How much that would trigger Kyle. So
the legacy lives on.
Yeah. And then imagine if like there were more Cheneys. Look at Kyle. Uh-oh.
Oh my God, there's three of them. When does it end?
Yeah, it's like I got news, Kyle. It never ends. Just like his videos on the wars. He just keeps making them,
Those endless wars.
Endless wars. Nicholas says, I still can't believe Daniel got out cringed by Haas. Oh, it wasn't even close. Haas made Daniel look totally normal and uninteresting in comparison.
Maybe minor disagreements on that front.
And Kanzik says, now substitute war with the J word. Yeah, jar.
Jaywalking.
But overall, they're both hawkish and they're both imperialists, and they're
imperialist. He there he goes. He used the I word.
Maybe compared to you, like, but basically anyone who was remotely interested in pursuing American national interests would be a hawkish neocon imperialist warmonger. Wow. This guy, no nuance whatsoever. Utterly cringeworthy and embarrassing. Duh. I'm Kyle. I am.
Me, Kyle. Me, big CIA. Me, not fan of Gina Haspel and his policies, his torture.
Endless videos on endless wars. I mean, why would Kyle really want the wars to end when they've made a career for him.
Big Patreon money. Yeah, maybe if the wars ended, the Patreon money would dry out.
I mean, it's already kind of drying up, and so is that subscriber count. But hey, whatever. Who am I to
no, in
judge?
fairness, the Patreon's still holding steady because let's keep it real. Those 4,000 patrons he's got that give him that money, they're still going to be giving him money even if he's down 800%. They are diehard, too far gone to be saved brainlet brigades. So,
Oh, absolutely.
But to the other 940,000 or so of his subscribers,
there's hope for you yet.
There's hope for you guys. So
there's no doubt about it. And I haven't even brought up like the stuff that we've been doing to Venezuela, the
sanctions.
Wait. Okay, so hold on a second. We have to break something down. What was this video even about again? Like, it wasn't about this. How did we get here?
I don't remember. Was it about Gina Haspel?
No, it was about the neocons, right?
I think it was about John Bolton. I'm thinking about it.
Or was it about Iran? Wait, no. What was the video about? I'm going to have to go in the docs thing and see what the title of the video.
I'm really confused.
Oh, it was about Donald Trump Jr. Oh, okay.
Classic.
Dude, by the way, for those of you who are keeping track right now, we've been covering this video for over an hour and 20 minutes. We're at 5 minutes and 4 seconds through the video.
We clearly hate ourselves.
This is how long it takes. Endless videos on Kyle.
Now
he's wars.
He's going to bitch about bare minimum sanctions put on Venezuela.
Oh, it was about the neocons. So literally every Kyle video ever.
Actually, we're going to do that. We're going to do a stream where in order we watch every single video that Kyle's ever made. It's going to take years. It'll be the most ambitious stream in human history.
13,000 videos. Let's say each one. Oh, dude. Each video takes an hour to react to.
That's assuming that it's a 5-minute video.
That's right. But that's already almost dude, there's 8,000 hours in a year. That's almost 2 years. Dude. Like, I'm not saying I wouldn't do it, but like we definitely
we gotta pace ourselves here, man. I mean, come on.
We definitely have to get up those donations in order for us to do that. We're not that masochistic,
No. Hell no.
Sanctions on Venezuela, the attempted coup in Venezuela that we may or may not have something to do with, probably did have something to do with.
Probably had something. What?
No,
may or may not. Probably did.
I think they got Gina to see if he wanted to be at the CIA. I think it was the CIA, or maybe it was the Department of Agriculture. Yeah, that's the ticket. They wanted Gina. They wanted to see him and ask him, "Yo, Gina, you want to work at the Department of Agriculture?" And Gina, he looked at them and said, "No, I think I want the CIA or Commerce, bro." Dude, by the way, just for those, Kyle's 35. Dude, get it together, dude. He doesn't know anything. Like, what do you mean you think?
I like how, so basically in this clip, he's saying that was bad. The attempted uprising against the oppressive Nicolas Maduro government was bad. This is Kyle quite literally to your face siding with the oppressor.
Oh, literally. The bully, the thug, yeah.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, really, I would expect nothing less from the guy who said, I wouldn't care if the world went communist. Everywhere but America. That'd be fine.
Yeah. I like what Yeet Chungus 21 has to say. It went from
we weren't hawkish on Venezuela under Trump. We did a few sanctions.
He would say it was endless war.
No, it should have been, but it wasn't.
It wasn't. Like Yeet says it went from Donald Trump Jr. to Iran to John Bolton to the leader of the CIA's gender to Venezuela in 5 minutes and 9 seconds. Dude.
That's kind of amazing, isn't it? It'd be impressive. It'd be impressive if it weren't so sad.
In no. It's wrong. That was 5 minutes and 9 seconds, not 5 minutes, man. Gotta give him credit where credit's due. Chris says, an attempted coup where U.S. involvement is ambiguous is endless war. Fascinating.
I'm gonna read this really quick from Wikipedia. 2019 Venezuelan uprising attempt. On 30th of April, during the Venezuelan presidential crisis, a group of several dozen military personnel and civilians joined Juan Guaido in his call for an uprising against Nicolas Maduro of part of what he labeled Operation Freedom. Reuters reported an uneasy peace by the afternoon. During the uprising attempt, opposition leader Leopoldo Lopez was freed from house arrest after being imprisoned for 5 years. The head of the Bolivarian intelligence service, Manuel Christopher Figueroa, denounced the Maduro government and was dismissed from his position before going into hiding. At least 25 military men who opposed Maduro sought asylum at the Brazilian embassy in Caracas. Yeah. Oh yeah, but no need for an uprising. It's a complete conspiracy theory. It's a complete conspiracy theory that we were heavily involved, like the government was involved in that.
Oh,
we
so
should
Kyle's
have.
Gonna eat it up.
We should have. I mean, he bought that Saudi Arabia conspiracy theory in one of those other videos we watch. No, he loves conspiracy theories. He's just like, yeah, maybe. He's just dog whistling to the audience. Yeah, this could maybe be the case. Probably is.
No, you know what's the real conspiracy theory? That Bush didn't do 9/11. Think about it.
Oh my God.
Not at all is he a non-interventionist. And if you believe that, you're a sucker. So I don't know if Trump Jr. is lying or if he himself...
Kyle thinks you're a sucker. That's funny.
We just spent an hour and 26 minutes going over all the ways that he's wrong and divorced from reality. And he's calling us suckers. Kyle, we just exposed how every talking point you've had in this entire video is full of shit.
And beyond that, it's just disgusting. This is blatant propaganda for the oppressive regimes of the world. That's all this is. This is you saying, actually, Trump wasn't enough of a peacenik. Trump wasn't enough of a surrender monkey. We need someone who's an even bigger surrender monkey than Trump. What the fuck, man? Embarrassing. Disqualifying, man. Disqualifying bullshit. You can revoke your liberal label now, Kyle.
Does he still call him?
I doubt it. I sincerely doubt it. You know what you can really revoke is your man of the people label. Bullshit. You're the right-hand man of the oppressors. That's all you are. You're the portrait duster. And you get paid fucking blood money for it. So congrats to you.
The mythology, but this mythology needs to die now. If he really was anti-war, he would have gotten us out of Iraq. He would have gotten us out of Afghanistan. He would have reduced the drone war or stopped with the drone war. He wouldn't have escalated more with Iran. He wouldn't have assassinated General Soleimani.
See, this is what we're saying. Donald Trump was a better president than Kyle would have been.
Yep.
By a long time. Because all the things that we happen to give Trump credit for to varying degrees, Kyle sees as bad things. So the few good things that Trump did, he looks at those and says, no, those are bad. He should have done the bad thing instead. He literally would be the worst president in U.S. history.
There wouldn't even be a United States after Kyle's presidency.
No, that's exactly it. America as an existence is imperialist. America is part of Russia's sphere of influence, bro.
The list goes on and on. Don't believe the hype. He's full of shit.
Wow.
There you go. That took way too long.
But you see why it took that long and why it couldn't have gone any faster. Because him, for example, deep neocon, there were new memes there.
Very deep.
And
so deep, man.
So yeah. So, we'll go to intermission, but again, just so everybody's aware, we have issued a full bootlicker alert. So
Perfect. Absolutely
Same right
perfect.
there. That's the mug shot. Be on the lookout. Bootlicker alert. Well, we should probably go to intermission now.
Yep.
Dude, Kyle. Wow, an hour and a half. Unbelievable. I gotta go and get some water, dude.
Yeah, for sure.
Amazing.
And we shall go to intermission. Stick around, and we will be back with probably some more bootlicker alert, to be honest with you.
Perhaps. There might be bootlickery to come.
Bootlickery. You're back. Look at this guy with his ears.
Big stupid ears.
The big old goofy ears, bro.
Benedict Cumberbatch looking ears.
The audacity.
The audacity.
I can't scream into my mic because it's just gonna make it fritz out even more.
Yeah. No, don't give your mic the Haas treatment. No,
That's
nobody
honestly, that's why it got fucked up. I'm pretty sure because yesterday I was screaming into it, imitating Haas.
How does his mic still work? I still can't get over like how does my mic just break from wear and tear and his mic is just totally fine and he'll smash the mic. Smash.
Mic has been smashed.
All those clips that we know for like the stuff he says, they always end with thud when he smashes the mic against the desk. Haas smash. Haas angry. Haas mad.
Oh man.
Okay.
Anyway,
we have more content. We have more videos. So
this is one that we've been meaning to do for a little bit too, maybe like a week or two, probably a week. This video is entitled Biden, a national security risk?
Oh god, I saw this one. This one's grotesque.
This this is, I believe, Russia Today.
Yeah.
And it stars Dr. Naomi Wolf. I don't know if people are aware of who this is. Infamous anti-vaxxer. And also somebody who got epically trolled on Twitter last week because people sent her fake memes, fake quotes from supposedly doctors who supported her stance on, being anti-vaccines, except they were taken from porno films. They were porno doctors with a fake quote and a fake doctor name. And then she got sent this in a DM and then she tweeted it out to all her followers.
Yikes.
So she's an idiot. And well, that's going to be demonstrated by this video, honestly.
Absolutely.
If you're curious about that, just go to Twitter and look up Naomi Wolf. And everyone was talking about it. It was so funny.
Trolled.
If we do all
See, eat the press, right? It's clever because
it's like eat the rich.
Well, it's like a bit of both because MSNBC has meet the press and the Bernie or busters have eat the rich. So Russia Today was like, how can we do two best of both worlds? Eat the press, huh? See, it's clever, right? Like, yeah, they're very big.
If by clever you mean remarkably lame, then yeah, I guess.
No, it's super lame because wait, so the one thing that I like about this though, one thing that I'll give them credit for, at least this is Russia Today basically admitting that they're not journalists. So
that's a good point.
Think about it. Eat the press. I mean, not really claiming to have any journalistic viability, right? In Russia Today. So
the press.
Sad thing is it's one of the most popular news networks in Canada. So
eat the press. Yeah, that does sound like what the Kremlin does. Yeah, fair enough.
Kind of literally. No. He died from a heart attack as he fell from a 22-story building from his balcony with a bullet in the back of his head. He totally committed suicide, man.
Yeet the press over eat the press. That would be a much better name.
Yeet Chungus. Oh man.
If we do all this, if we do our part, if we do this together, by July the 4th, there's a good chance you, your families and friends will be able to get together in your backyard or in your neighborhood and have a cookout and a barbecue and celebrate Independence Day. That doesn't mean large events with lots of people together, but it does mean small groups will be able to get together.
That's President Biden throwing crumbs to the peasants in the.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I know I saw this video and stuff. Who the hell is this guy?
Just some RT guy, apparently. But what a characterization.
Who is he?
I really don't know, honestly, man. I went over to their channel and I found the video and I was like, well, I know who Naomi Wolf is, so this will be interesting. But
I like
okay,
this comment
so
from Nick. RTs eat the press, so are journalists cannibalized after they're thrown off buildings? Like this would be the same as like if People's Daily or something had a segment where it's like detain the press. It's like, oh, like what you guys do in China. Okay.
That sounds about right. And so this guy, we're like barely into the video, already cringing it up. So Joe Biden says, yeah, if we stick by these safety measures, the recommended safety measures, we could potentially see a point where by summer, which is very like right around the corner, people are going to be able to get together in a more safe environment. And this guy says, Joe Biden throwing crumbs to the peasants. Yes. What the fuck? You work for Russian oligarchs.
Yes.
What the fuck,
I like this
man?
comment from Nick. Wow, right off the bat, cringe. Because here's the thing about the Kyle video. Even the Kyle video took a little bit to get into the super cringy stuff. With RT, immediately, eat the press. Oh, you guys kill journalists. Dude, it's literally more dangerous to be a journalist in Russia, a country that's technically at peacetime and everything, than it was to be a journalist reporting at the height of the Iraq War or Afghanistan War, for example. More dangerous in Russia right now to be a journalist.
Wow.
More journalists are killed in Russia than in war zones. So, doesn't seem like Putin's much of a fan of the press. So, oh yeah, eat the press, just like we do in Russia, literally, basically.
It's macabre, man. Like
it's like they're rubbing it in our face at this point.
Yes,
like it reminds me of how they're like, oh yeah, we'll show you our missile works. Check out this video. It totally works, and it's them literally blowing up a hospital. And when I called out
Death to Western Imperialism said it was fine. So
when I called out one of their fans, Death to Western Imperialism, he said, yeah, but are you denying that there were rebels in the hospital?
That's called a war crime. that is in fact a literal war crime.
Yeah.
To bomb a hospital?
They'll call what we do war crimes.
No.
It's always projection with these people.
Everything
that Russia and Iran does, they accuse America and Saudi Arabia of doing. So,
absolutely. It's macabre, man. It's a twisted world where, like, yeah, that's the name of the show, considering the reality, to quote Kyle, the reality of the situation. And this is going to have a primarily Western audience, English speaking Western audience.
No, not just primarily. They don't show this in Russia. RT is not for Russian consumption. It's solely for international consumption. They do RT Arabic. They do RT English. They do RT Spanish, for example. It's designed to reach people in Canada, US, Mexico, Australia, and basically like the Gulf countries, to turn them against America, essentially. So, that's it. That's why it exists. Russian people watch Russian state TV, like Russia 1 and whatnot. RT was never intended for Russians to see any of this. They show them domestic propaganda. So this stuff is, that's why when you watch RT a lot, you'll see like this very sort of progressive narrative from them. That ain't what you'll see if you tune into Russia 1. On RT, they'll be talking about how Obama was too right wing and how he was just the establishment and stuff, man. But then you tune into Russia 1, and they'll be talking about how they got a problem with the gays in the country and stuff, right? So, bit of a different narrative, right? But they're both operated by the Kremlin. So Kremlin likes progressives in the West. Kremlin doesn't like progressives in Russia. So,
of course,
peasants, that would be you and me, get vaccinated, and you could.
Very peasant-like right there. That's like his surf shack, thatch roof cottage. For like 18 people.
I'm one of the serfs, man.
Yeah. By the way, those guys, I'm pretty sure, are like fifth columns. I've never actually watched their show, but they seem pretty fifth column like based on what I've heard about them. But
they just seem utterly pointless and uninteresting to me. But
they're
maybe if they say something outlandish, we'll bother covering it.
Yeah. They're not exactly big enough to be like RT or Kyle level yet, but we'll see.
Not big monkey enough.
Not big monkey enough. Well, I mean, Haas isn't anywhere near as big as they are, but he's such a lolcow. He stands out in other ways. So
outdoors event small groups on July 4th. Joining us to discuss this and much, much more is feminist, author, CEO of Daily Clout, Dr. Naomi.
Feminist.
Wolf.
Okay, so that's how they're going to introduce her. Are you serious? Feminist and author. How about notorious anti-vaxxer?
How is she a feminist though? Isn't she against the war against the Taliban, for example? Like
Why would a feminist appear on fucking RT?
Well, she's about to talk about tyrants later on, and I got a question for you guys. Keep your ears open. You know, pay attention. For me,
Your
it's
big
easy
ears.
'cause I have huge ears, so for me that's easy. I mean, that's me right there. But but keep your ears open. And she's going to talk about tyrants. I want you to pay special attention. And at the end, we'll do a Q&A. We'll do a quiz. But I want you to bear in mind the question. Is she talking about Biden or is she talking about Putin? So pay attention and we'll see.
Latest is outrageous sex censorship and the criminalization of love.
Okay, I just want to point out, I know this isn't exactly relevant to the video, but it is relevant to this particular point in the video. Putin tortures people for being gay and has them executed.
That's not quite the censorship she was getting at, though, or criminalization of love. Probably just bitching about America.
People get taken to camps, get the shit beaten out of them, and get murdered by the Putin regime. Criminalization of love. So you got a feminist on here gonna go and simp for the Putin regime and their media apparatus. Great. Yeah, because that makes all the sense in the world. Yeah, let's just get this over with. Let's go.
Dr. Naomi Wolf, glad to talk to you again. You tweeted in November that had you known that Joe Biden...
She's all smiles. Like, if I'm going on Russian media, I'm going to look like just as I did when Liam O'Mara was talking about how Iran is not a sponsor of terror and all this kind of bullshit and how it's actually Saudi Arabia. I'm just going to be like, as they said in the chat, I'm increasing my power level. I'm going to be there. I'm going to be like stern-faced. I'm going to be pissed. And when I get the chance to speak, I'm going to drop some hawk pills and some truth bombs. She's all chummy with the Putin simps.
I like how she has people in the background just like working at a table too.
Yeah, what the hell
there was
that?
nowhere. Is she like in a public library?
She's in a library.
Did she not have? Have a personal
show? Imagine I did this show. This is like back when I was. This is like back when a long time ago. The OG fans of the show will remember. There was like some meme where I can't remember exactly what happened, but like my laptop was having issues, and I was saying like how. Oh no! I'm at my computer lab right now, man. Like I didn't have my
school computer lab.
It was the school computer era. It was shortly after Ian Stevens did the original meme, and I was like, no, I'm not at home right now. I'm not on my laptop here. I'm actually at my school computer lab at 3 a.m. And the school janitor let me into my computer lab, and he like brought me pizza and stuff and everything. This is like that, except I was actually at my school. Except she's not even in a computer lab where if it's 3 a.m. in an engineering wing, if there's nobody around, you could probably do your podcast and stuff. But dude, she's in a public library. What the? What
I wonder if those dudes even know they're on RT. Like they probably don't.
Wait, okay, but like this is right off the bat cringe. Eat the press. We got this going on. What? Why?
Feed tossing scraps or crumbs to the peasants.
Why? No. But why? Okay. Who's willing to bet the public library is a green screen?
No way, man.
That makes Nick Fuentes' green screen look aesthetic in comparison.
Hey, I know it could be a really professional green screen. It looks like I'm in the public library. She may as well be in the school computer lab, man. It would look
but
better.
No. Next, it's going to be her green screen is she's in the lunch area of a federal prison, and there's inmates in the background.
That's how you know
she's in the same setting, except they're rioting and there's cops having rocks thrown at them in the facility in the background.
That's how you know she reps the streets.
Wait, Arthur's OG. He remembers that. So does Kanzik. But you guys are the OGs.
Pepperidge.
You guys remember that.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
I had to use the computer lab at my university because I didn't have a school computer at home. They only had school computers at school.
At school. Yeah, that's usually where they are. Oh, man.
No, dude. This
is going to be another video that takes us 2 hours. I can already.
No, I know, but like we haven't even been doing this show for 2 years, and there's already a lifetime's worth of memes already. Like I started this show in April of 2019. It's not even like almost 2 years old, dude. But we've had thousands of memes in the last 700 days.
We had deep memes,
committed memes, tried and true memes, full memes,
Dr.
memes, fast memes.
Dr. John Sims memes.
Yeah. And Naomi knows what you're talking about.
Oh, she knows. She knows too well.
To lockdowns, you would not have voted for him. What did you think when he gave this little small?
I pressed the wrong button. We'll go back a little bit. Hold on.
Think when he gave this little spiel about your little small backyard gatherings on July 4th if you get vaccinated.
So she said, so she wouldn't have voted for Biden if she knew that he was going to crack down on COVID. Amazing.
Yeah, even though he talked about that all the time.
Yeah, that was a huge point. Like he actually, during the campaign, if you guys remember, he made it a huge point of his that like he wasn't going to do big rallies and stuff. He was like, if you get me in charge, I'm going to get a big team of, trained professionals, and we're going to take the virus super seriously. That's what he said.
And then people were like, look, no one's at these Joe Biden rallies. No one likes him.
That's right.
And then people actually voted.
But then you got Naomi Wolf, and she looks at everything that Biden had to say about the virus and how he's going to get serious about it and everything. And then he gets elected and starts getting serious about it. And she's like, surprise Pikachu face. Like, what? How could that happen?
And beyond that, it's just stupid. Like, why? So you're in the middle of a debilitating pandemic, and you have a leader who actually takes this seriously, and you say, "Oh my God, I can't believe I supported this leader." What? What do you want for this country? How long do you want us to be dealing with the pandemic exactly? Forever?
Kanzik says, yo, anyone remember being in the school computer lab with the school computers playing Club Penguin with friends? I remember playing RuneScape with the boys, but I never got into Club Penguin. You ever get into Club Penguin?
I didn't, but I remember playing Road of the Dead.
Okay.
And World of Tanks. That was another one.
Oh man. Yeah, no, that's pretty cool. Yeah.
Oh gosh. I mean, first of all, it's on me that I didn't believe that.
Yes. It is on you.
It's on you, dude.
You're unbelievably stupid. What? He wasn't just saying that?
Those guys in the background, they have no idea they're on Russian television. Right now. There's no way.
That's so awesome, man.
I can't get over just how many small elements. Like tonight we had him, Virginia Haspel, and then we had this, and we had Eat the Press. Like the funniest moments tonight have honestly been the sideshow parts of it. Like, by the way, I don't think this is a green screen. I think she's actually there.
Oh, she's totally there. Because she's one of the common people, they go to the library.
So weird, though.
Yeah, no, like really, just do it in your living room, honestly.
She has the money. She has a house, probably. She's rich.
I mean, she's a doctor.
She's got books and stuff.
My books.
No, but I mean, she's wrote and published books. Now, I understand now saying that. Yeah, she actually has a lot of books in the background. More books than I do. So I guess I got owned. So.
Play out like this. I was so eager to,
hold.
Wait, she was on Tucker. Okay. Ex-Clinton advisor Naomi Wolf warns U.S. becoming totalitarian state before our eyes under Biden. She goes on Russia Today and complains about America being totalitarian. She goes on Russia Today. Russia Today. Russia.
How are we becoming
How is this
totalitarian?
reality, dude? What kind of Twilight Zone shit is this, dude? Dude.
Oh man. Yeah,
Dude.
I really feel like I'm under totalitarian rule. What I go out in public and it's all I see are idiots not wearing masks, congregating super close to each other. Nothing is enforced at all. They basically just put up a sign on most businesses saying, please, could you wear your mask when you come in here? No one's at the door fucking checking for your mask. They don't have the manpower for that. No one actually cares. So when you actually have a person who gets on national TV and says, hey, guys, maybe if you go by the safety measures, get vaccinated, maybe if you take even one step toward minimizing the risk of having the virus, not so many fucking people will be dying from the virus. How about that? Apparently that's totalitarian in a world of fucking cringe mongering and alarmism. Maybe totalitarian for the ANCAPs or the libertarians.
These people call us Red Scare bros and stuff for talking about Russia. And yet then they go and call Biden totalitarian.
Yeah,
wow.
that's I mean, like, just completely undermines everything she has to say.
Arthur made a new Kyle. He made that. That was inspired by tonight. It's
them cheekbones though.
Them cheekbones, though. He wanted to make an update to the old Kyle right here. That was Kyle, and now it's Kyle after he's down 89%.
Oh,
because he was flatlining before, and now it's going down. So,
oh god,
can we just flatline again?
The vaccine is dangerous.
Spooky.
Maybe China's vaccines. Our vaccines are fine.
You know, see the end of the Trump era, that I hoped for better decisions with my team. What I have seen is,
if I known Biden was open to lockdowns, as he now states, which is something historically unprecedented in any pandemic. Hold on.
It's not like the pandemic is unprecedented.
Hold on. It is going to take 2 goddamn hours to review this. For those who don't know, during the Black Death, for example, the various, like numerous city-states in Italy that had to, in their own ways, cope with the Black Death as it was rolling through Italy, they had different approaches to it. So, in Genoa, where it initially struck, for example, they had no idea and they were overrun, and I believe there was about an 80% death rate in the city as a result. In other cities, though, and I believe Venice was one of them later on that saw what was happening as the pestilence went through the countryside, they instituted a policy of what they call quarantine. Like the word quarantine came from any new ships arriving had to stay on an island for 14 days to make sure that people didn't have symptoms before they could actually arrive and unload their cargo and whatnot. That city, and they were their own countries, basically. Like each city was its own country. They basically, they had a strict lockdown. Like nobody gets in, nobody gets out. And if anybody's got like symptoms or whatever, they would just like board up. And the British did this too, like in London in the 1666 pandemic. Board up the whole family inside the house, and they couldn't leave it. And that'd be that. And you know, they'd have to die inside the house. But it was a way of cordoning off the illness, you know, and it was very draconian measures. But in those cities, they had about a 40% death rate instead of an 80% death rate, which the rest of Italy had. So but she wouldn't consider that to be a lockdown. Like what historically unprecedented. Hold on a second. But the term quarantine comes from a historical event that happened in the 13th century.
Fake news. Doesn't happen.
Dude, she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. Like this is another theme with all these people. Is like not only do they get the foreign policy wrong, they don't know anything.
Are you surprised?
How is she a doctor?
A doctor of bullshitology.
Wait, what do you mean lockdowns are historically unprecedented in any pandemic? That's not true. Look at the Black Death of 1666 in London. They were notorious. Now they fared a lot better then than in the initial Black Death of the the main one that we think of a few hundred years beforehand. The plague was around for basically until the early 19th century. I mean, hell, there were 3 huge plagues. There was the plague of Justinian. There was the Black Death in the 13th century. And then there was the one that went through China in the late 1800s. And those were all pandemics that killed well over 10 million people. Lockdowns, I can tell you this, lockdowns were definitely tried and practiced by numerous states during that time. Poland, for example, during the Black Death. What do you mean unprecedented? The lockdowns that they did back then were you got sick, you have to die in your house with your family, and they're not allowed out either. So, they would basically have people that would go to the house if somebody was reported to be sick. They would board up the house and then seal it inside until the people died, basically, and then that was how they would contain it. They would have it so that nobody was basically allowed to enter or exit the city. What the hell is she talking about? These were way more draconian than anything that's been done.
No,
in the
true totalitarianism is happening now. You're buying into establishment narratives, my friend.
How does anybody take her seriously? Like, look at that. That has over 17,000 likes. People look at that and they're like, "Oh yeah, that makes sense. Never been done before. No lockdowns before." How?
And a terrifying practice, one that won't ever end because elites love it. I would never have voted for him.
I didn't even read the rest of the stupid tweet. Dude, just the first sentence of it. The first sentence of it.
Technically, it wasn't a full sentence here, baby.
Hold on a second. You're right. This is a run-on sentence. She just says comma after comma. This tweet is a sentence. No, that's one sentence. Okay.
Terrible. Utterly terrible.
That's a clunky long sentence.
Who loves the lockdowns? Do you think people are excited to see the economy grind to a halt?
Democrats love the lockdowns, Reece.
There you go. No one's like fawning over it like, "Oh my, yes, finally a lockdown." No, people just understand if you're in the middle of a deadly pandemic, you might actually want to make some effort to distance yourself from other people. That will significantly go a long way toward making sure the virus fizzles out. But whatever. What do we know? That's silly. That's not even silly. That's totalitarian.
Dude, I can't get over how stupid. There's never historically been lockdowns. I'm sure the first lockdown was before even the Black Death. It probably goes back to the Justinian era. First pandemic lockdown.
Basically, any kind of sickness.
Like, it has to go back to, the Byzantine Empire, that kind of thing. I don't know that much actually about the plague of Justinian, but I'd imagine after it went on for some time, people probably must have taken actions to, basically lockdown society. I mean, they were definitely doing that by the 1200s, 1300s, that kind of thing.
Remember when they used to keep the lepers out of the cities, and then Jesus found them? Well, actually, that we know for sure that didn't happen. One, because there was no Jesus, but also two, because there were no lockdowns before Joe Biden. So we've learned some history. That's reality check for you people. You've learned something today. They just let the lepers in the city. They were touching all up on them. They were like, yeah, lepers, you're cool.
Wait, Roundin says, I think Wolf also was an apologist for Sharia law or something in the past.
I wouldn't be, but she's a feminist, guys.
Well, I guess she became a she was a pro Sharia feminist. Oh, saying it empowered women or something. You know what? I went to So I went to university. I had somebody in one of my senior classes who argued that, and she called herself a feminist. She called herself like a Catholic feminist, basically. But she argued that the burqa and the niqab were good and feminist because they were, they basically made it known that a woman's body wasn't for men to view, and that you have to like earn by marrying her the ability to see what she looks like and all this kind of stuff. And that it protects her, and that, it shows that she's in charge and that you don't get to look at her. That was what she was. Unironically, by the way, like she wasn't memeing or anything, like dead serious
nonsense.
And I called it out, and I was like, "Oh!" And this was after I had come out as a hawk and a neocon and all this shit. People didn't like me very much in that class because I said, like, I basically my response, like, because like we got to move on with the video, but I'll just say what I said can be summed up with Bill Crystal's.
You serious?
Like that's basically my response to that BS. So I guess in that sense, it's not surprising that she got started to simp for Sharia. I guess that would make sense. But
so Chris said, after almost a whole year of strict lockdown, I'm over it, but I'm thankful that my country now is doing fine. I believe he's in Israel, right? Or I think
Chris
he's in Greece.
Is in Australia. Chris, are you in Australia or are you in Greece? I'm pretty sure you said you were in Australia before.
Yeah, I was thinking about somebody else for Israel, but the difference there is that America has not really had a real lockdown, not a significant one. The reason why we have the pandemic still, especially in comparison to the rest of the world, is because we didn't take it seriously. I wouldn't be shocked if a significant and alarming chunk of people thought it was fake. We don't take it seriously. Yeah, my relative Round and Brown said, yeah, my relatives go out partying every day. Yeah, that's what people do. They they barely took it seriously at the beginning, but they sure as shit don't take it seriously now. And that's why we have it. It's, I'd almost pull a Hassan Piker and say we deserve it, except there's innocent people who get caught in the crossfire. And honestly, I don't want people to be sick, even if they're stupid.
Yeah.
But of course we're still going to have it. No one's doing anything about it. No one's actually listening to what health experts have to say.
I just want to go just for historical reference here. She's talking about how she says, as the lockdowns, open lockdowns, which is something historically unprecedented in any pandemic. She's wrong. So we'll go to the example of Pope Clement VI. So he resided in Avignon rather than Rome, because Rome was like, they had to flee Rome as a result of the Black Death. They went into Avignon, and that city went on to basically almost everybody in the city wound up dying. But Clement survived, and Clement survived because he had basically he self-isolated. And of course, like, the whole city was still, for all intents and purposes, it was closed, but the plague still spread. He would be surrounded by fire to ward off the plague. He had 2 fireplaces in the background, and basically and I believe he also had fire surrounding like the exterior as well, like in a confined ring. And he actually managed to survive, and he avoided getting the plague. But you know, they had a very strict sort of process on like how you would even be able to see him and all this kind of stuff. And the city, like the city was just like, I mean, this idea that, oh, it's just business as usual and everybody can like go around and whatnot and everything. That's not actually what happened. Like people, you know, a lot of people flood cities, but there were strict protocols in place in a lot of these city states and whatnot, where, you know, if you were going to go and buy something, for example, you basically have to like dump all your currency and lime and whatnot. And there was like a lot of different procedures for like coming into contact with people and everything, because like they didn't understand what bacteria and germs were, but they conceived of it as foul odors that would spread to people. But in terms of how they would avoid people, it was still somewhat similar to how we would do it today. I don't get this idea that they just had everything open and all the businesses stayed open and everything during the Black Death. That's not what happened. So,
but she said there were no lockdowns. So
she's talking historically unprecedented in any pandemic. She's not even talking like in the last 100 years or 50 years or whatever. Like,
and even let's say
that's how stupid that is.
Let's say that was true though. It's not. It's completely untrue. Let's say it was true though, that this was historically unprecedented and there had never been a lockdown. One, that would be really stupid because basically it would mean like we're a pro-sickness society. But it wouldn't matter. I would still be saying, yeah, maybe we should isolate. Maybe we should mask up at the bare minimum. Maybe if a place of business has a sign that says please wear a mask, that's actually enforced. Instead, it's basically enforced like finger wagging from the UN.
Yeah.
Please wear your mask, and then people walk in anyway. Oh no, I forgot it in the car.
So Chris and Yeet are both Australian. So that's cool.
I think that's so cool, honestly, to have an international following.
Oh yeah, like most of the audience. Well, about 60% of the audience is in the United States. About 3% is Canadian, and then the rest is all
3% is Canadian.
Yeah,
that's awesome. The 3 Canadian Hawks.
It's basically me, Wyatt, you know, and some of our friends. Well,
Daniel Boardman.
Daniel Boardman.
That's funny, man.
I know, but we got people from Saudi Arabia that watch the channel. We got people from South Korea that watch the channel. We got people from Australia that watch the channel. We got people from Germany, like Timothy Spin, like the base neocon who made this. He's in Germany. We got, you know, Jay's in Cyprus. We've got viewers from Israel, obviously. You know.
Well, I mean, obviously, wink, wink, right?
Yeah.
Those are our benefactors. Right, guys? Where's my paycheck?
Complete erosion of First Amendment and Fourth Amendment rights. The President of the United States has no right.
What amendments?
Hold on. These guys.
Oh, look all back. What the hell did she just? This is going to take 2 hours.
It's going to take forever. This might take longer than the Kyle video.
We're going to try our best.
The usual stupid stuff and throw some new stuff in, but we haven't dunked on Wolf yet. Oh my God, she's dumb. Oh my God, she's a brainlet.
With my team, what I have seen is complete erosion of First Amendment and Fourth Amendment rights. The President of the United States has no right whatsoever under the.
What? Erosion of First Amendment and Fourth Amendment rights. Is she talking about the right to assembly?
Wait, Nicholas says, I wonder if anyone's figured out my nationality. I'm going to guess Nicholas is American just because I got a 60% chance of being right. So
that's pretty good odds.
What are you going to guess, Reece?
UK.
UK. Yeah, those would be good guesses. Like people from the UK watch the show, so US, UK, big ones. So.
As far as I know, in that video, Biden was just, there's going to be a push for lockdown laws, basically any, because we don't have any, but he's not even necessarily enforcing anything. In the clip they showed, he was just saying he was giving a thoughtful suggestion.
Yeah.
That's totalitarianism. That's an erasure of First Amendment and Fourth Amendment rights. How? What? And here's the thing. So if you have a society that just completely crumbles to pieces because everyone's sick and dying, what good is a constitution at that point?
No,
what good is a Bill of Rights?
It's kind of like what Machiavelli was talking about, all the way back in the day. He said, if you're so inflexible that you can't adapt to a crisis situation, then your principles won't survive the crisis. You'll be buried. That's what Machiavelli said. And he was saying that to dictators, and he was saying that to Democrats. He's like, if you're in a time of crisis and you're a democracy and you can't think like a dictatorship, you won't survive as a democracy. And if you're a dictatorship in a time of crisis, the people want bread or something, and you can't think like a Democrat, you're going to be buried too. That was his point. That's what he talked about in Discourses on Livy. And that's a good book if anybody ever gets a chance to look at it. These guys, England is your city. England is your city. That's a throwback. Yeah, it's selling merch like a god church. England is my city. That's Jake Smarter Than Ron Paul. Actually, that's
right.
That's okay. So there's a song called "It's Every Day, Bro." It's kind of a meme, and it's by Jake Smarter Than Ron Paul, and he is smarter than Ron Paul. I mean, Ron is definitively dumber than this kid. I mean, you compare a typical Jake Paul interview and compare a Ron Paul interview. No, Jake Paul is way smarter. But Jake, it was with the Disney Channel flow. That's correct. He had the Disney swag and everything. 5 mil in 6 months, never done before, So he had this guy. What was his name? Like my name is Nick Crompton, and no, I'm not from Compton. That's right. He had some super cringy. And I'm like, wait,
Nick Crompton.
And he was fat, like really fat. And he's like, England is my city. And he's got like a British accent, He's like, England is my city. And then he continues rapping, and you're like, wait, what?
I mean, that's what he said. England is his city.
Canada is my city, man.
I run this bitch.
Oh man. Yeah, no, these guys are Australian. No, I really like to visit Australia after the pandemic's over. Gotta get some money together and stuff first.
That's the other problem.
That's the other problem, but yeah.
Worthless retailer.
Yeah, worthless retailer. By the way, I actually changed my name on Twitter to Worthless Retailer. I thought, it was a funny characterization. I thought it stood out as a big meme, like low-skilled, worthless retailer. That's right. So, yeah. So coming from an unemployed elitist, I'll never get over that fact. Unemployed elitist. Unemployed.
America.
Who also called black people cotton pickers, but
I mean,
to tell anyone.
That's a job.
Yeah, technically true.
That's probably why he took issue with it. Yeah, you work? That's so gross.
Yeah, by the way, we might have, I got a heads up for you guys right now in the chat. There was a really big yikes take that occurred on Twitter recently, a couple days ago, by an account called Tony Blinken Fan. And he talked about how Biden, what did he say? Oh no, he said that rural workers we shouldn't cater to them and keep them alive and all this kind of stuff, and they deserve to die out or whatever the fuck. So I contacted him. I had a link to the tweet, and I said, look, I don't like what you had to say, and I'm straight up challenging you to a debate. And we might actually have a debate. So we'll see. We'll see. But I'll tell you, we got another MMI out there, basically. And I cannot wait. I'll tell you, I can't wait to nuke that guy like I did MMI. You know, it'll just be boom, you know?
Spooky.
Like, I can't, by the way, I can't get over like all these Globe accounts and stuff that I see that like talk about how like, no, Biden's good because he wants to like stamp down on like the rural people and stuff. And I'm like, wait, hold on a second. He was more protectionist than Donald Trump. He's from a working class background, and everything that he directs his rhetoric and policy towards is geared at appealing to basically the Rust Belt blue collar workers of America. Where are these people like getting the elitist vibes from? Like I can kind of see it with Clinton, which is still a big straw man, but Joe Biden doesn't even give off that stereotype or whatever.
I mean,
like
he's the president, though. He's an elite.
But these people didn't like Trump. They saw Trump as like he was pro working class and protectionist and stuff. But
yeah, no, they're delusional.
But like this guy, yeah, no, this is. I'll bring up the exact quote so that you can see the full context of it. Because I'll tell you, I can't wait to debate this guy, honestly. And it might happen because, it might happen. It might happen. We're going to bring up the actual tweet here. And let's see. There we go. Tony Blinken fan, March 26, 2021. Many rural and working class Americans are a burden on society. Their job will be automated soon enough. Efforts to keep them alive and prospering are counterproductive.
Alive and prospering.
I don't like his verbiage there. Now you could say he's talking about the jobs, not the people. But we know the effect of what he's saying is, well, they're poor now, just wait until we get in power. You know, except he's a fan of Tony Blinken, who also had somewhat of a working class upbringing as well. Now, you know, he went to Harvard and stuff, but and Joe Biden, of course, became a senator, but that's the point of a meritocracy over what these guys want, which is almost an aristocracy, like a larger aristocracy, essentially.
That's a terrible take.
Oh, I know. I mean, by the way, great way to make like Tony Blinken and fans of him look bad, because I'm sure there are a lot of people that are actually rural folks that vote Democrat that actually like Tony Blinken. By the way, I've said that Blinken's a mixed bag, but that in his doctrine speech, I thought it was actually pretty decent. There were some parts that I had a huge problem with, like the Iran deal stuff, but it wasn't that bad. And it could have been a lot worse considering. But he's not hawkish enough for me. But I'm not going to be like, oh, Tony Blinken's like Ben Rhodes or something. Because he's
not even kind.
No. So
no, I mean we voiced our criticisms. I think for the most part, though, they're a good team, this administration, and I think it's a notable improvement over the last administration in a lot of ways. But it's just sometimes it's a little too late for the issues that we're talking about. Like they're like a B-. We needed an A++.
Yeah, we need another Truman. And by the way, I know a lot of those Globe people are actually fans of Truman. I got news, dudes. Truman, he only had a high school diploma. So what are we gonna do?
Oops. Working class.
Not elite. Kind of dirty, right? Oopsies.
Man, he was probably dumb.
He should have gone to Harvard, bro.
Yeah, like Ian Stevens. Truman should have got that school pooter. Am I right?
Truman would have won World War II if only he had a school pooter.
If only, man. What could have been?
Only, man.
Where they can go or whom they.
By the way, just in case people are wondering, Truman's actually one of my favorite presidents in American history. And and yeah, that dude was working class, so yeah.
Can see or to say anything about what you do in your private home. And I'm incredibly concerned that we're at kind of step 10 of the 10 steps to fascism that
Step 10.
Hold on a second.
Is that the beginning? I think it is. Better not be the end, because
hold on a second. X number Y object to fascism. So, for example, 18 stages to fascism, 10 steps to fascism, 14 characteristics of fascism. These are all things. So if you watch Vosh has been talking extensively lately about Umberto Eco's 14 points of fascism, for example, from way back in the day, that guy had 14 points of, how you could tell a fascist society, that kind of thing. She's talking about 10 steps to fascism. Okay, but these just seem like arbitrary numbers to sound spooky.
It's the doomsday clock.
Yeah, it gives you the sense of like you need a number to make it seem more serious to people. So like it's a 14 out of 14 instead of a 1 out of 1.
Holy shit.
We're on step 10 of this arbitrary scale I just made up where we start on step 10 of 10.
You know what it is? It's always these lists. They have so many steps so they can scale it back as much as possible. So if there's even like the remotest sign of government overreach during an unprecedented, terrible pandemic that's killed millions in the world, then they can say that's fascism. Look, that I guess it's not technically fascism, but it's the first step. It's the first step of fascism. Utterly useless quackery coming from this anti-vaxxing idiot.
She's on Russia Today, the international propaganda arm of fascist Russia. Step 10 of fascism. Then wait, if America's step 10 of fascism out of 10, then I guess Russia's step 800 out of 10.
For real.
What do you mean? We're already on step 10. What steps of fascism? I'm going to look that up right now. 10 steps of fascism. Where's she even getting that from? Like, who came up with that? This is okay. End of America in 10 easy steps. I found the doctor who came up with the 10 steps to fascism. Reece, you want to take a guess as to who it might be? Was it Echo? Was it what's his name? The guy who came up with, was it Gramsci? Was it Gramsci? Maybe Hegel?
Was it John Loki?
Maybe it was John Loki, just getting low key with John Loki. Maybe it was Hobbies.
Could have been Freud.
Maybe it was Thomas Hobbies, right? He had hobbies. His hobbies were writing books like Leviathan and triggering anarchists and ANCAPs with social contracts and monarchism and stuff.
I think it was Dr. John Sims.
Maybe it was Good guess. No, it was actually Dr. Naomi Wolf who came.
That was going to be my next guess. So she's basically saying that she wrote the shitty list and then she's citing her own list.
She's citing her own. God, this is worse than if you took not Gramsci, but if you took Umberto Eco's 14 points and you said America meets all 14 points of Umberto Eco's 14 points of fascism. At least you're using somebody else's scale. You just interpret it in a dumb way. But she made up her own stupid list and then says we're already on step 10. It's like, I wonder if she went into that, making that list, being like, how can I make it look like America's on all 10 already?
It almost seems like somebody who would go on Russia Today would needlessly portray America as being an evil country.
You know what? There's actually a term for people like this in academia. Doctors that do this kind of shit. They're called charlatans. So
I was gonna say fifth column, but that's
well, why not? Why not both? Why not both? So this is from The Guardian.
Wow.
Not Just America, Intending These Steps by Naomi Wolf. From Hitler to Pinochet, or I should say Pinochet. From
Pinochet.
You know, like hobbies and Loki,
and Hitler.
And Hopi. And Rothbard, you know, and beyond. History shows there are certain steps that any would-be dictator must take to destroy constitutional freedoms. And argues Naomi Wolf, George Bush and his administration. Wait, no, hold on. This is gold. This is gold, bro.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Put the countdown.
No, hold on a second. So you're telling me that it's insane, and I can't believe that Biden's like this, and we're on step 10 now with Biden. Oh, what'd you have to say about George Bush? He's on step 10. Oh, I see what we're doing. What a good grift. So everybody's step 10. Clinton was step 10. Probably Obama was step 10. Bush seemed to be taking them all. Well, that's what she's saying about Joe Biden here. It kind of seems like what we've got here is a one-trick pony. So kind of pathetic and embarrassing and sad. And to have a doctorate degree and to be doing this shit, seriously, dude. Oh my God, what a brainlet.
Set a timer.
Imagine buying her books unironically. Wow.
Filling your shelves, obviously.
Oh,
okay.
Arthur's got the comment of the night. She's on the 5th column to fascism.
Oh yeah, she's there. She's a top column.
That is a banger. That is a banger, bro. The 5th column to fascism. Okay. That is a banger. I would high five you right now, man.
I guarantee you, in her diatribe about George Bush, she had to have brought up the Patriot Act.
Oh,
she had to have. This is Mark 1 of fascism, fascist America.
That's step 8 of 5, man, or 10 or whatever the hell. Yeet Chongus 21 says 1,000 swag tips and tricks for fascism. And America, I got news, dudes.
A lot of tricks and
already on trick 1,000. Think about it. You saw Biden. That he's already on 1,000. But by the way, while we're at it, why if we're just going to be doing like arbitrary steps and stuff and to try to make it look scary and everything, why not have 8 million stages to fascism and say America's already on stage 8 million? Why not just do that? Why not just do big number? Big number bad. Big number spooky. Big number bad. Okay, Round and Brown says some of the dumbest people I've ever met have PhDs.
Hardly surprising. Anyway.
Hey, did you know? Okay, Pess is here. Hey, did you know she claimed that Blackwater was George Bush's brown shirts?
That is a facepalm worthy take right there.
Oh my God, dude. Okay, I've come to the conclusion here that if we were to go through her Twitter and find her own tweets, just like Kyle, every tweet would be gold. It'd be like hungry. I mean, her writings, the stuff she said, she seems like the female version of Kyle. Dude.
Even Kyle's too lazy to make a list of 10 steps to fascism, though. This is like beyond.
He's like, I think he was tapped to be CIA director. I think him was tapped. I think it was him. Him. Gina, him.
We're still stuck on Kyle. That's how much of a brainworm he is.
Kyle thinks Gina Haspel is a man. That means Kyle doesn't know shit about the CIA.
He didn't even know if that was her position in the CIA.
No. He didn't know if that was his position. Don't misgender.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Oh, dude, this is why we can't stop talking about Kyle. This is why I'm saying we've only done the show for 700 days or so, and I mean it's a lifetime's worth of memes already. Like, what's the meme per day so far? It's got to be like at least 10, right?
Maybe our real friends are the memes we made along the way.
We made along the way. That's right. That's right. I would agree with that. Yeah, that is the Ghoul Gang right there. Maybe the real gang was the memes we made along the way. You know.
Let's try to watch a little bit more of her before we totally lose our minds.
Oh, it's already done. I'm on stage 10 of losing my mind now.
Stage 10 of 10.
I'm on stage X of arbitrary scale of losing my mind. Big number bad. Small
only
number
down,
good.
Only goes downhill from here.
She has a doctorate.
That's dumb, man. That's real dumb stuff.
I'm just imagining your thesis presentation right now. Yeah, so I made up this scale, and like it's an arbitrary scale, and it basically allows me to like take any country and say they're fascist because the scale's got 10 different points, but we start on the last scale. See what I did there? They're like, oh, that's clever. That's good. That's groundbreaking. Here's your PhD.
Yeah, we noticed, Ms. Wolf, we noticed in your dissertation that
it's Dr. Wolf.
You're a doctor. All your sources are to your own works. You maybe want to diversify that a little bit. No, okay.
She's citing her own shit. I can't get over that. It would be dumb if she was citing Echo. She's not citing Echo. She's citing herself, dude. Dude, even like Vosh cites Echo. She can't even do that. Dude.
Now that's a big ego move, right?
That's big ego Rigo. I was just thinking about Rigo. That's big ego Rigo. Do we have the bear? Do we have the bear still? The bear still in here? Or did I have to get rid of? No, I had to get rid of the bear. But everybody knows what we're talking about. Everybody knows what we're talking about. Dude, it's big ego Rigo.
So yeah, the neocons, they used to be Trotskyites.
They started off as communists. By the way, I like how it was one neocon 30 years before the emergence of neoconservatism, who for 18 months in his 20s was adjacent to Trotsky. He was never a card-carrying member of any Trotskyite party. He was a fellow traveler for 18 months. That'd be like saying that...
Maybe a fellow cuckler.
That'd be like saying, like, if Bernie Sanders posted some edgy alt-right kind of stuff in the 1960s, and then he went on to do the stuff that he's doing. The Bernie bros, they're all alt-right, man. They're all alt-right, you know. But it's worse than that, because his son gets labeled a Trotskyite. His colleagues get labeled Trotskyites. Podhoretz, Trotskyite. But by the way, Podhoretz was always conservative. The others were like way more, I guess what you would see as like a mainstream sort of conservative thing than, it was really only Irving Kristol. And like there's a communist on YouTube who went over debunking the memes, but saying like, were neocons communists? And he's like, no, only one of them kind of was for like 18 months-ish as a meme. And that's a communist. So
let the meme
that was
die.
Yeah. But oh yeah, we got Jay here, Spooky Nukie. So
Jay.
You know, we got people from all around the world here tonight. And then we've got a Russian simp in a library here as well. Okay, like Naomi Wolf, I forgot about her, honestly. I forgot. I didn't realize how big of a lolcow she was. Like, this is worse than Michael Moore. Like, what?
It was almost a complete accident. I found the video, but I was like, yeah, that's good. We need to do that.
In my book.
Yeah, you find some doozies. Oh my god.
What can I say, man? I have a way. I've got a way of navigating the dark corners of the web.
Yeah, what library is open? Where is this?
It's I don't know, the maskless library.
I'm incredibly concerned that we're
concerned,
bro. We both do.
What's she gonna say? Are you concerned about the virus or are you concerned about the lockdown? Dun dun dun. Yeah, she's not gonna say I'm concerned about the virus. Oh yeah, concerned about the fascism. Yeah.
Oh no. Okay, this is gold.
Or to say anything about what you do in your private home. And I'm incredibly concerned that we're at kind of step 10 of the 10 steps to fascism that I identified in my book, The End of America.
Okay, well at least she knows it's her source, but
yeah, it doesn't give it any credibility.
But like,
this is disgusting self-promotion at this point.
Yeah, I mean, hey man, Hawes said that I didn't chase clout like a tiger, so maybe she's being like a tiger right now. So maybe I need to learn how to chase clout. So like Naomi Wolf,
like Jake Paul,
like Jake, smarter than Ron Paul. So 5 million in 6 months, never done before. So.
And that it's under the guise of what I call biofascism, that this
biofascism.
You can't be serious.
Well,
wait a minute. Is she talking about the virus? How information was kept from the rest of the world by the CCP, and then the rest of the world was subjected to this with very little warning?
No, you're just making up words. Oh man.
Okay, so we're gonna have fascism. That's a scary thing. But yeah, what's related to bio? Yeah, it's kind of like pandemic.
Ooh, it sounds spooky.
Bio. That sounds smart. We could put that in like the glossary.
It sounds smart, but it also sounds spooky. Like because there's biological, there's chemical, and then there's Nukie WMT.
Biological warfare.
Dun dun dun. Uh oh.
Wow.
Dude, we're like 30% through the video. Wow.
We can do this. I believe in us.
This is mind-blowingly dumb.
The pandemic is being used as an excuse to suppress everyone's liberties and to really usher in a totalitarian state.
What liberties?
That face. Just like, yeah, nailed it.
Nailed it. What are you talking about?
Dude,
the pandemic,
hysterics, utter hysterics. Are you kidding me right now?
The pandemic is being used as an excuse to remove everyone's liberties. Okay, whatever you say, I guess. I really feel like I've lost freedom.
Biological, says Round.
Logical.
Naomi Wolf.
A wolf that makes hoarseness.
That makes neigh.
There's two wolves inside you at all times.
Do I still have that meme? I don't think I still have them.
The rest got spicy.
No, I do still have the meme. It's true though. Inside of all of us there are. We just need to pick the right wolf to let shine. So, you know.
So you made a mistake in voting for Biden.
Okay, so they're both in New York. He's New York metro area. She's Kopacki, or however that's pronounced, New York. So I guess they have open libraries without masks and stuff.
Kopacki sounds good. Like, yeah, Kopacki, New York.
Yeah, like I lost my khakis, man.
Yeah, man. You know, we're gonna go to the ballpark and we're gonna get ourselves some dogs.
You know, I get that kind of like accent vibes from Hawes, honestly. You know, a little bit of the Jersey thing going on.
You have no substantive economy. You have nothing.
Nah, like he's a bit more of like a villain, sort of like, you know, sort of. But
oh, he is a villain. He's like the ultimate villain.
Yeah, but like he's cartoon villain. He like because like Kim is a villain, but like this guy's like cartoon villain.
a Ganondorf villain.
Yeah,
I feel you.
Would Trump have been more desirable only in, you know, the road to the fascist state that you're talking about with now where you say step 10? I mean,
well, Putin would be more desirable for sure.
Well, clearly. I guess if
he's
you're
on step 1. No, he's on step 0. Biden's on step 10 of fascism.
What's funny is she's about to like have a meltdown, like she's in denial over that. But you're an anti-vaxxer who's anti-lockdown. Like, yeah, obviously, of course, you prefer Trump on this issue. Like you're in denial of what you yourself believe, Dr. Wolf.
Biological. Think about it.
That's spooky. I mean, the Grim Reaper has a sickle.
And not just the Grim Reaper, but Tanky Tulsi also has a sickle too.
That's also true. Well, she's kind of a Grim Reaper in her own right. So.
I know, that's true. I mean, a lot of blood money, from the Swag Palace in Damascus.
Trump have been better for America in not going there, or not?
I mean, these are kind of the wrong questions to ask almost because
they make you uncomfortable. Because you're in denial that you actually prefer Trump handling the pandemic over Joe Biden handling the pandemic. Okay.
Yeah, no, Pest says, I'm still waiting for the fascist stage. So she's been saying this. So America's been on step 10 of 10 since 2007, but America's not yet fascist. So what happened there, Naomi?
It's a long step, it's taken a while. Get everything in motion.
Yeah, Putin is literally Bernie Sanders, RT probably. Yeah.
I mean, they're both great reformers.
Yeah.
I couldn't possibly vote for President Trump because I'm a sexual assault survivor and I heard him in his own voice minimizing sexual assault.
So it's like a selfish personal reason.
Yeah, because she's fine with Putin. She's fine with Putin, so
that's such a stupid reason to cite. Like, how about you at least pretend to care about how policies are going to impact other people other than you?
Well, that would probably lead you to become like a liberal hawk or something.
Yes, it would.
That would be a problem.
It would also lead to you not appearing on Russian state television.
The reasons I think he, was racist. I think he was fell short of what a president should be in other ways.
What? You're on Russian state TV.
She's on Russian state TV on a show called Eat the Press. And she's criticizing Trump for, I guess, being too crass and whatnot. So.
He fell short of what a president should be. Now, meanwhile, there's this guy called Vlad. We should talk about him.
Well, no, the real problem is Joe Biden. So.
There was no right answer for this election, but the right answer now is exactly what I'm trying to do, which is day and night mobilizing the left, the right, the center, shining a light on candidates across the country.
Okay.
What?
Look, I know we have like less than 600, fewer than 600 subs here and everything right now. But what spotlight does she have to shine on people? Like I forgot she existed. How big is she? Like, she's not Kyle level big.
No,
right?
She's kind of a meme at this point. She's basically, I mean, what she's most well known for right now is being trolled with the porno pics. That's what she's most well known for.
So she's just known as a lol cow.
She's just someone that they could bring on Tucker Carlson so they could say, hey, look, we have someone from the left on the show. But she's part of the Putin left. She's not part of like any real left that people should give a fuck about. Embarrassing. She's going to say there was no right choice in the last election because she's unwilling. She's unwilling to grapple with the fact that, oh yeah, I guess I'm anti-lockdown and I'm anti-vaccines quite publicly, but I don't want to say I'm pro-Trump because that would be racist. Okay.
Wow.
Now she wants to mobilize the left, the right, the center, support candidates that are anti-lockdown, anti-vaccine. Okay. Good luck with that. Seriously.
Yeah, mobilize the center, man.
Mobilize the absolute dustbin of cringe lords.
From whatever party who are running to defeat these tyrants. And by the way, tyranny is not just a left-wing thing. I've been absolutely consistent since 2007 calling out, fascistic moves on the part of the Bush administration when I wrote the
Oh my God. She
You
did the
are
meme.
on RT. How are you fucking real, man?
I like how she says fascism isn't just a left wing thing.
It's not even. It's not typically. It's never seen as a left wing thing.
It's not. Fascism is not left wing. Extreme leftist tyrannies tend to be communists.
Fascism is not exclusively a left wing thing. Dr. Naomi Wolf, 2021. Fucking embarrassing, disqualifying trash.
She's so stupid. She's so stupid.
Okay,
I can't get over how stupid she is, dude. It's like the hottest thing, like stupid nerd. Except she's not a nerd. She's stupid.
We have the comment of the night, as far as I'm concerned. Roundin Brown says, "Cope, New York."
The ice cream man won. I am very smart, Naomi Wolf.
I like how she's saying this is basically her hysterical response. People on the left are going to say, why you're calling Joe Biden a fascist? What about Republicans? What about Trump? What about Bush? And she'll be like, oh no, see, I'm very consistent. I've called every American president a fascist. How about fucking Putin? You call
FDR
Putin
was a fascist, man. FDR was a fascist, man.
Don't worry, guys. I'm fair and balanced. I call all American presidents fascists.
Yeah. So, I was looking into it over the last little while, Reece, and, I actually have some news. So, most people tend to think of like communism as like, just a disease that you really only find in right-wing circles. But I can tell you this, look, the right wing isn't the only side that has a problem with communism. I mean, there are cases where sometimes the left wing will do communism. It's not always the right wing that does communism.
Are you yanking my chain right now? This feels like a trap. He's trolling me, guys.
But in all seriousness, though, what do you mean fascism isn't just a left wing thing? What's an example of left wing fascism exactly? What are we talking
Joe Biden, man. Joe Biden.
Oh, I guess. But what does left wing fascism mean? Like, it reminds me of like when people try to call communist China fascist. It's like they're not fascists, they're communist. They're communists. Like, okay, what's left wing fascism?
I'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
Got no answers.
America and then the Obama administration. I mean, I'm consistent.
Are we at step 10?
Maybe consistently stupid, maybe.
Naomi Wolf's well-known? Wait, well-known? what do you mean well? So I can just do that. I can be like, my well-known episode yesterday or whatever.
My well-known dietary plan.
Yeah. 10 steps to fascism.
Also known as 10 days of fasting.
Here is part 1 of step 10. Fascist America in 10 easy steps.
Trash.
Step 1, be America. Step 2, not be Russia. Step 3, be Cope, New York.
Don't worry, guys. I've been consistent. When George Bush was president, we were fascists. When Obama was president, we were fascists. When Trump was president, we were fascists. We're still fascists.
Oh, wait, what? I thought it was going to be communists now.
So it really is like, I want to get.
You know what this is? Fascism is to her what neoconservatism is to Kyle. It's everywhere, man.
They control everything.
Yeah, they run everything, man. The left-wing fascists.
Questions are obsolete. Yeah. Those questions are obsolete. We don't have time to worry about left and right. We don't have time to worry about left.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're left or right. I just like you if you're crazy, basically.
We don't have time for that, man. What's the rush? I guess because we're devolving into fascism.
We're already on step 10, Reece. She said it herself.
I would typically I guess I would partially agree to a point. I'd say, yeah, we're kind of to a point where left versus right doesn't necessarily matter because we're faced with unprecedented issues. We have a global pandemic, still very much a problem in America because it wasn't taken as seriously here. We have many foreign policy concerns growing in Iran and North Korea. Are you going to talk about any of that? Are you going to talk about Russian influence? Are you going to talk about the Russian and Chinese influence in Myanmar in a day where we saw more counter protesters be killed than at any other point during the coup? No, you're not going to talk about any of that.
No.
You're going to talk about the supposed fascism of Joe Biden because he wants fucking lockdowns. Okay.
Yeah, lockdowns are fascism, man. He did a fascism.
He did a fascism. Amazing.
He did a step 10 fascism, not just a
holy
step 8
shit.
fascism.
That's a big number.
Hitler did a step 8 fascism. Biden did a step 10 fascism.
Put that in perspective, people.
I hear you, but unfortunately, we have a media that does talk about everything in terms of left and right, and they will never say what you're saying about Joe Biden.
That's
but they
all
would be
you do.
Very quick to.
What are you talking? Russia loves to stir up left versus right partisan hackery in the United States.
They like both the far left and the far right, though. They're like, why not both?
Why not both? Yay!
I mean, the Internet Research Agency has literally been tracked back to hyping up far right, alt right, Facebook groups and protests and stuff, and black nationalists, separatists, Green Party shit on the far left. So, oftentimes with the intent of getting them to clash with each other to stoke discord in America. And we see the result of some of that stuff on Henry's channel when he watches the American Madhouse that's been the last few years. So.
Yeah, and then you have people gathering in a group way more than 10. You've got dozens, if not hundreds of people just packed together in the streets going ape shit, chimping out like Haas.
I am chimping out. I am triggered. You triggered.
I could be way more racist.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite Haas clips for sure. You want to be racist? You want to be racist? I can be way more racist.
Again, this is twisted, man. This is macabre. You have a guy working for RT,
literally working for Putin. Literally working for Putin.
Just projecting and being like, man, yeah, the media, all they care about is left versus right. Yeah, that's because you've completely blindsided people to what's actually important in the world. You are very much partially culpable for that.
Wow.
Yeah, no one on the media has the bravery to say the truth that Dr. Naomi Wolf is saying.
Round and brown. Want to be racist? Bigfollows.com. That's right. That's a reference to all those Twitch bots. Hey, Reece, what loved it? Want to be racist? Like that Logan account.
Want to be friends? Go to fellowcucklers.com.
Loved it. Want to be friends? Want to be YouTube friends?
No.
By the way, like I am in some groups for like fellow YouTubers and stuff. Somebody posted the other day, just like, does anybody want to be YouTube friends? And I was like, I ain't replying to this.
you sus, bro. You real sus.
Like over 10,000 accounts were basically taken over. They're gone now as a result of that scam. Some of them had well over 100,000 subs, just gone because they interacted with Logan and his socks. Want to be YouTube friends? Boom, God, no more YouTube. I mean,
yeah, well, it's hard to be friends at that point.
By the way, there's a reason. Like, let's just be clear about something. There's a reason why that account targeted relatively small channels, like capped out around 100,000 subs. There's a reason why the spam comments that my most popular video ever warning people about, why you only really see them on relatively small mid-sized channels. Because YouTube doesn't care unless it affects the big dogs. That's basically it. Like YouTube only cares about people like PewDiePie and Crowder and that kind of stuff. They don't care about small content creators that got them to where they are in the first place. So they don't give a shit. And they
No,
don't really
they
have
really
a problem with it. And these spam people out there that create these things to exploit YouTube, I think they caught on, as long as we don't make a mess and annoy the big YouTubers, if the small YouTubers complain, YouTube's never going to listen to them. So we can do the scams on their channels. So
actually,
so
the algorithm is affecting leftist podcasts. I don't know if you're aware of that.
oh yeah, I saw comments from like really far right wingers talking about how the algorithm is evil and how it helps out the gay agenda. So there's that.
What gay agenda videos are even recommended? What are they talking about? Maybe there was like a gay week being celebrated on YouTube once.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny.
Say that and more about Donald Trump. So when the media has an influence on the public the way it does, how do you do what you want to do in spite of a media that is so tilted to the left that it's out of control?
What?
I mean,
what are we talking about here?
Wait, I thought RT was mostly to appeal to like really progressive American leftists. Like, whatever. I guess Biden's the president now, so they're going more.
They're going to switch it up.
Yeah.
I think these are like stopping short of our obligations as patriots.
By the way, those guys passing notes in the background, just like, oh yeah, whatever.
Just another day. She's seriously going to talk about her obligation as a patriot.
Wait, she's the fifth column. She's the fifth column of fascism, as Arthur said.
She apparently considers herself to be a patriot. She's on RT, but she's a patriot.
I got news though. There are only 5 columns. She's the fifth column of fascism. You know what that means? We're at fascism.
In a crisis like this,
she's a Jenga tower waiting to fall down.
Because the media is divided between right and left, it's up to us to lead the conversations. I mean, I've been shining a light.
Can those guys hear her? Serious question.
I don't think they can. I don't think they can.
How? It looks like she's right. Maybe it is a green screen. Why would that be your green screen? What? Okay, can somebody explain to me what's happening right now?
She just wanted to look like one of the people, man. One of the people at the public library.
This is so weird.
On candidates, I just found out about a candidate here in Massachusetts who's running as a Democrat, but
wait, I thought she was in New York. Hold on, she was in Cope, New York.
It was all a lie.
Wait. Uh-oh.
Maybe she's just visiting Cope, New York.
Maybe this is being filmed in Cope, New York in Massachusetts. Maybe New York is a state in Massachusetts. Think about it.
Actually, Massachusetts is her city.
No. It's like that meme of like the astronaut, and he's like, "It's all Ohio," and the other one's like, "Always has been." It's like it's all Massachusetts. Always has been, dude.
Finally, like, the founding fathers have been properly represented. Massachusetts supremacy.
Or maybe she is in New York, but she forgot that she's in Massachusetts, and she's like one of those rock bands who's like they just played like.
Whoa, where even am I, bro?
And now they're in Seattle, and they're like, "Hello, Philadelphia," and shit.
And then the audience is just boo. You suck.
Maybe it was the CIA. I think he was appointed to be CIA, man. Like that's the thing.
Man,
these people make stupid amounts of money to be dumb as shit.
Donald Trump Jr. He looks like he's always doing cocaine. I respect the hell out of that.
That's actually what Kyle's. By the way, what does that mean? Like, what does that mean?
I mean, look at him. He's snorting it up, man. Anytime that you think he should be doing research, he's down on the desk. Oh yeah. I respect the hell out of that.
That sounds like something that Alex Jones would say, like, or for example, you know what it reminds me of? Henry was a few months ago reacting to the footage from the Capitol riot, and when the shaman comes in, the Q shaman, Q sent him. He comes in and he sees one of his fellow patriots down on the ground, laying against one of the desks in the Senate chamber, and he's like, "Oh man!" Like he comes in, he's like, "Hey guys," and he looks and he sees this guy, like one of his buddies, or like one of the fellow rioters, and he's like lying down, and he's like, and the shaman walks by him, and he's like, "Oh man, you're all covered in blood. God bless you." And then he keeps moving on. It's like, I just get those vibes. You're like, wait, what? Like, oh man, you look like you're like addicted to cocaine. I respect the hell out of that. I get the Q shaman vibes from Kyle. Like, if you guys watch that, when Henry reacts to it, Henry loses it because it's such a funny moment. It's like when the shaman with the horns, it's just like, oh man, you're all covered in blood. God bless you. Like, that's awesome. And then just keeps moving on.
But
you're like, oh yeah, you're addicted to cocaine. That's awesome. I mad respect that.
Mad respect, bro. By the way, speaking of Alex Jones,
oh man, you're sounding like Death to Western Imperialism right now. There's some robot vibes going on. Uh-oh. Now it's all static. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Now it's all static from Reece. Yikes. Uh-oh. Okay, so we're having technical difficulties right now. I'll take a look at the chat in the meantime. Yeah. Reece says 1 second. He's going to adjust something, so. Okay, Reece sent me a clip on Twitter. Let's take a look at the clip. Oh man, we got an Alex Jones clip. Let's take a look. It's Alex Jones. As Jimmy Dore would say, it's Alex Jones. Okay, take a look here.
Testing.
Okay, hear you now.
Okay, I didn't do anything, so that was weird. Maybe I really do need a new mic.
Yeah, probably time for a new mic. I had to get a new mic. It happens
from screaming into it. So just people in the chat, let me know if it's any better. But yeah, no, if we have time, I wanted to play that little clip on air because we mentioned Alex Jones.
We'll play the Alex one after. This one's getting close to being done.
Okay.
Is running on a common sense platform.
StreamYards, really now?
I just found out about a candidate here in Massachusetts who's running as a Democrat.
Running as a Democrat.
I mean, I've been shining a light on candidates. I just found out about a candidate here in Massachusetts who's running as a Democrat, but is running on a common sense platform, you know, that people like me can really support. I shone a light on a woman named Barbara McVeigh, who's just an ordinary citizen in California, but she's running against Governor Newsom because she cannot bear to see what lockdowns are doing to children. I interviewed a woman named Jennifer Say on the left.
To children? Somebody think of the children.
Oh, here we go.
Platform, you know, that people like me can really support. I shone a light on a woman named Barbara McVeigh, who's just an ordinary citizen in California, but she's running against Governor Newsom because she cannot bear to see what lockdowns are doing to children.
What about the children? Okay. Uh-oh. Reece is having the robot thing again. Yikes. Okay. Yeah, AOL dial-up noises. Oops. Okay. Yeah, we can't hear Reece. Oh, now I can hear Reece.
Is it okay, so I'm monitoring it as closely as I can. Yeah, people, this is gonna get replaced. This will be the last time this mic is used. just for the record. Yeah. My bad, Holmes.
Oh, it's all good. Dude, my mic conked out. So, I was without any mic except for the webcam.
It's so weird
mic.
that's happening within like a week for us, though.
I know, dude. It's like the hot gods have conspired to toy with us so we can get better equipment, but also make our stream suck for a bit. So,
Bizarro shit, man.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Interviewed a woman named Jennifer Say on the left, who's opposing school closures, and I interviewed Moms for Liberty on the right. We absolutely have to stop waiting for our
Moms for Liberty.
Liberty. That sounds like look, okay, I'm a boomer, but that sounds like such a boomer name. Like what? Moms for Liberty. It's like Americans for America. It's like, what does that mean?
Well, they support liberty, obviously.
I guess. I like liberty. My USS Liberty.
it's my freedom to get COVID and to die and to spread it to other people.
And to spread it to other people. That's my God-given American right, man.
If you take that away, what does it even mean to be an American?
I thought this is America. No, we should have that Randy clip from South Park. Hey, man, I thought this was America, man.
What happened to us, man? We've become fascists.
Yeah, because he starts fights with people in the sports stadium. The cops arrest him, and he's like, "I thought this is America."
leaders in our media to tell us what to do. I'm really interested in aligning. I just call it the freedom movement. It's transpartisan, aligning with heroes.
The freedom movement, on Russia Today.
We're all about that freedom.
Them freedoms, man.
Those that like the people I've described on the left and right, who are not waiting around to be told what to do.
Oh yeah,
she called them heroes.
Heroes. USS Lolberty. Oh man.
Jukebox heroes.
And who are standing up for the Constitution in every way they can. And that includes changing the conversation, having transpartisan dialogues, running for office.
Wait, hold on a second. I've always heard of bipartisan. Is she saying transpartisan to be inclusive to Lolbertarians and the Green Party people?
I think so.
Those people aren't relevant. I've only ever heard bipartisan used in American politics. Never heard transpartisan used in American politics. What does that mean?
Actually, I support transpartisanship. Thank you.
Transpartisanship.
Your politics aren't inclusive enough, Kevin.
Transpartisanship, but that has to be something to include the ANCAPs from the Libertarian Party.
Once again, Kevin Castley is conflating ANCAPs and libertarians, and that's the same people.
Oh, okay. I like this Wikipedia entry. Transpartisan or transpartisanship represents an emerging paradigm of political thought, which accepts the validity of truth across a range of political perspectives, seeks to synthesize them into an inclusive, pragmatic container beyond typical political duality. It is distinct from bipartisanship, which aims to negotiate between right and left, resulting in a dualistic perspective, nonpartisan, which tends to avoid political affiliation altogether. Oh, okay. So I guess NASPOLs would be transpartisan, I guess.
Yeah, it's a novel idea. Oh yeah, we're going to reach across the aisle. The problem here is that you're reaching across the aisle to all the cringe mongers.
That's right.
All the brainlet brigades, the haters and traitors. That's your coalition.
That's right. For me, it's the social policies by and large of the left and the interventionism and economics somewhat of the right. I guess I'm transpartisan.
No, that's establishment.
Mm.
That's establishment.
That's actually what their answer would be, though. But that's the establishment, man. That's the military-industrial complex. Raytheon supports gay rights. Raytheon does gay employees, man. It's
they
Gaytheon.
they do gay employees. Oh man. Womp womp.
Oh man, no, but we had some of those gripers on Twitter saying that like it was Gaytheon. That's what they were.
Oh, that's right, Gaytheon.
Wars for Israel. So
for Gaysreal, more like it.
How to run for office. I'm encouraging people to run for state legislatures. I'm investigating running for state legislature. I'm not
Oh
sure that
God, please no.
Oh, so we're gonna go from tanky Tulsi to her. Okay,
state legislature.
Oh man, can you imagine her?
Hey, you have Dr. John Sims endorsement, so you've got this in the bag, really.
And Vladimir Putin too.
That's a big one.
Best use of my energies. I think the best use of my energies is to keep shining a light on solutions rather than these endless.
But like, what light? Like, how many people does she reach? Like, is she that big? Like Naomi Wolf? How many followers does she have? Naomi Wolf.
Doubtfully that many.
She's on Twitter at Dr. Naomi Wolf. Okay, so she has 109,000 followers. I mean, that's not bad, but she's followed by somebody I follow. She's followed by Human Rights Watch. Well, that's kind of embarrassing on their behalf.
That is a fail.
What? Why? Okay, well, I mean, I went to them. In fairness, they're following 21,000 accounts.
Yeah, it could just be like to keep up to date with the brainlet takes,
Yeah,
but
fair enough. Okay, whatever.
I hope that if she runs for state legislature, every day people troll her with the fake quotes.
Oh yes,
that would be amazing.
Absolutely.
Problems created by partisan media, and by the way, it's partisan on the left and the right. So we both have to reach across these divides. It is.
How does that even? What? It's
Wait,
partisan.
no, but she's just repeating herself at this point. She said this like 20 times now.
But she said it's partisan on the left and on the right. Except that's bipartisan. That's not partisan. What are you talking about? It's partisan on the left and on the right. It's inclusive partisan. Is there you go.
It's pan-partisan.
That's a good one. There's a shirt.
Yeah.
It's not a time to let ourselves be divided.
One other question. Do you think the plan is, he'll serve a year or so and then he's done? Would it surprise you?
Obviously.
What?
Okay, this is okay. I forgot about no, I forgot about this. Did you see this part already, Reece?
Yes.
Okay, so did I. This is the part where it goes from a goofy lolcow segment to outright grotesque and disgusting. Pay attention to what is about to unfold here. It's about to get really dark, really gross very quickly, and the host is about to then gaslight us and deny it. So pay attention.
I think
we'll go back a little bit.
Surprise you.
Obviously. I think,
he'll serve a year or
yeah, here we'll go 554. Okay.
time to let
StreamYards.
Dude, StreamYard.
and these endless
we should write them an email.
I know. Actually write them an email. Yeah, like I pay money for this thing. Like,
can I talk to a manager?
Yeah. Like your friendly neighborhood Karen here.
Karen Castley.
Yeah, Karen Castley. That's an account. Somebody made that account, by the way, on Twitter. So.
That's one of the, that one's at least a little funny.
It's kind of funny.
It's better than Cringe Castley.
I know. Like, Meisner has had some really cringy tweets over the years. Like, the one about, I don't know. I mean, we don't need to go into it, but he said that the media treats Biden 10 times worse than they treated Trump. I think that's ridiculous. But
yeah, no. Send StreamYards a UN letter of condemnation.
Well, then we know they'll never fix it. So
we're gonna send them a finger wagging.
We're gonna say we're concerned. I'm just gonna write them an email. I'm like, I'm concerned, bro, with like how
I'm extremely concerned over paying for a product and it not actually working.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's doing it again. Okay. We stopped to talk again. Wait, but this is designed for podcasts.
Constitution in every way they can. And that includes changing the conversation, having transpartisan dialogues, running for office. I'm going to be posting on my website, Daily Clout, how to run for office. I'm encouraging people to run for state legislature.
Oh yeah, Daily Clout is the name of her site. But like, she doesn't have that much clout. She has more clout than me or you. She has probably about, you know, if we're talking on Twitter, about 25 times as much clout as you. A little more than 100 times as much clout as me.
Not as much clout as I'd expect from someone who had a well-known study.
Yeah,
the 10 steps to fascism.
And I'll tell you this: one day, I'll have more followers than her. So I'll tell you that, because she's full of it, and people are waking up to the brainlet brigades, and they're done. So
they're done, like son.
It's like the meme. Yeah, you get the meme up. There we go.
So done.
He misgendered her just like Kyle, though. So Bolton and Kyle, exactly the same. Exactly the same. They're both on TV, man.
And there's people who like them, and there's people who don't like them.
Don't like them too. Yeah.
Legislatures. I'm investigating running for a state legislature. I'm not sure that that's the best use of my energies. I think the best use of my energies is to keep shining a light on solutions rather than these endless problems created by a partisan media. And by the way, it's partisan on the left and the right.
Hold on.
So we both have to reach across.
She's interested in looking for solutions. She's not interested. So these problems, except there are real problems. Do you acknowledge that the pandemic is a problem? Would you like to see that? Would you like to see the virus not be something that is so disproportionately affecting our lives? No, apparently not. But she's interested in shining a light on solutions, which her solution is basically don't do anything. But what about my liberties?
I'm going to see if I have the exact quote on my phone still. I did take.
It's one of the most self-indulgent things I've ever heard. You know, I would run for state legislature, but actually I think that a better use of my energies would be to shine a light on solutions. Like, what?
Yeah. No, I have the exact quote. I wrote down a ton of quotes in my phone when I was reading John Bolton's book. It's actually on page 15 at Mar-a-Lago. Trump interjected at one point, quote, "This is so great. John sounds just like he does on television. I could just keep listening. I love it." Kushner asked, "How do you handle the point that you're so controversial that people either love you or hate you?" Before Bolton could answer, Trump said, this is in Bolton's recollection, "Yeah, just like me." And then Trump continues, "People either love me or hate me. John and I are exactly alike," unquote. So that's from page 15 of the room where it happened.
It's an amazing quote.
It's the president of the United States right there. Talking about Bolton and Trump, exactly the same, man. They both have haters, exactly the same. That's like saying Russia and America, exactly the same. Both have state interests, bro.
Perfectly balanced is all things
That's
should
all
be.
things should be. Dude, what a world. This is our reality, by the way.
This is the reality pill.
Yeah.
Also known as the Kremlin cow pill.
Amazing. And so this is about to get really dark. Let's take a look. Oh, dude.
We just can't pause it. Like we gotta let it go.
This is specifically a feature designed for streamers so that they can talk and react to stuff instead of
false advertising.
False advertising.
Use of my energies is to keep shining a light on solutions rather than these endless problems created by a partisan media. And by the way, it's partisan on the left and the right. So we both have to reach across these divides. Right. It is not a time to let ourselves be divided.
One other question. Do you think the plan is, he'll serve a year or so and then he's done?
Dude.
That came out of nowhere.
But like, if I'm interviewed about that, I'm like, what?
I like how she was saying earlier, like, oh yeah, I don't have time for questions like that. That's not the right question to be asking. But apparently this is a totally legitimate question.
Oh yeah. Well, she proceeds to answer it.
Do you think he's going to serve a term? No, guys, like, I know this like triggers you to your bones, but he's going to serve at least 4 years.
And yeah, he might run again too. So
there you go.
We'll
see.
Would it surprise you?
Obviously, I think as Americans, we would be remiss not to notice that this is a man who is struggling physically. And
dude, they just, dude.
Yeah, no president's ever tripped and fallen before.
I don't like the imagery that they do here and the narrative that they're going in, because he's basically being like, you think he's gonna die in a year? That's what he's asking. So
yeah, so basically, you know what I saw? I saw a guy in his late 70s. He tripped for like 1 second and then he got up super quick and made it up the stairs.
There are 70-year-olds that are younger than Biden that can't even go up 10 of those stairs. So
like he didn't have to hit his life alert bracelet. No, he got up fine.
Yeah, no, they're going with the dementia angle. They're going with physically weak angle. They're going with frail, all this kind of stuff.
It is macabre. It's ageist. It's pretty like, and it affects everyone. Like one day we're going to be 78 years old.
Yeah.
And then, so I'm really glad that when I'm 78, I didn't say this kind of shit when I was younger, because it's utterly disgusting and unacceptable.
No, I know.
Like a dude, like if a dude trips and falls and your first reaction is, "Oh my God, he fall. That's funny. He's not fit." No, and instead of your concern should be like, "Oh my God, are you okay?"
Yeah, but Trump had stuff like United States. Yeah, and not to mention the creepiness and all that kind of stuff and everything. They're going with a dementia angle here. Joe Biden, by the way, I would say probably in the top 20%, the top 20, percent of Americans his age as far as health goes. Like sure, there are people his age though, like do like extreme skiing in like Colorado and stuff and everything, and they're like crazy, but a lot of people his age are like in senior care homes and stuff. So
a lot of discourse around this specific event on Twitter was actually they would post videos of Vladimir Putin working out, like, yeah, can Biden do this? And it was like it was very much like a Tulsi line, like, yeah, I don't,
or a
care.
Hawes line.
I don't
Hawes
care.
Was like, oh, they're busy with law school. I'm busy at the gym.
Yeah, I don't expect the president to be Mr. Universe, like, he's the president. That's what Tulsi said. When she was like insulting when she was in Congress. Yeah, oh, my fellow Congress members, they don't have the same, workout routine as me. They can't, they're not in shape like me. It's like, who the fuck cares that you're in shape? You're not in power anymore.
Oh, dude, it's like he doesn't have that big guns, man. He doesn't work out. It's like he literally can fire these guns whenever he wants. He's got control of 8,000 nukes. He doesn't really like need to work out. By the way, he is pretty relatively healthy as far as like, he's not like buff, but he doesn't have time for the gym. That's like a foreign concept to some people who aren't that busy. Like gym's great, but if you're the president of the United States, holy shit.
Open the gyms.
Open the gyms, bro. That was a stream a long time ago. If you guys remember those memes. Open the gyms, bro. I remember we had a meme saga around that. Open the gyms, bro. That was one way early on. Like the early days of the pandemic, people were complaining about the lockdowns. Open the gyms.
Anyway.
Our national security kind of depends on our being grown-ups. and noticing, like we noticed with Reagan, like we noticed with Trump to some extent, when a very elderly president is struggling physically, it's an important national security concern. And
that looked like such a struggle.
he gets. By the way, he doesn't just walk very slowly. He walks fast. He speaks fast, as Oz would say.
And like how is that?
By the way, that's a pretty steep set of stairs. That is a steeper angle than in a lot of houses, for example. Like the incline on that. Like what is that? That looks like it's 60 degrees steep. Like it's almost vertical. Like maybe it's just the angle that I'm looking at from this perspective. But those look like pretty steep stairs.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And they don't even look that wide either. Or they like I think wide. They don't look that wide. They look like they're like 12 inches or less. They're like less than that. What? By the way, like it's the Resonance aircraft. Like they could definitely have a swaggier staircase with wider steps. But
I like how she brought up Reagan too. Like, yeah, that's comparable. Reagan actually had dementia.
Yeah, he actually
late into his second term.
Mm-hmm.
That was something that came to light. Not even close to anything that's happening right now. Not even fucking close. And she had the audacity, the fucking audacity, to frame that. She framed that as like we're being adults. It's adult for us to notice their issues. No, it's again, projection. It's them being childish, like, oh look, he tripped on stairs.
He did a fall.
We're the real adults in the room. Unbelievable, man.
Be able to talk about it without partisanship or special pleading.
I hear you. I agree. I'm not predicting or hoping for anybody's death. That's for sure.
I'm sure, bro. I'm sure. I'm not hoping for anybody's deaths here. Yeah.
So she's in New York, Massachusetts. Cope, New York, Massachusetts.
Massachusetts is her city.
Naomi will.
New York is her country. Massachusetts is her city.
Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate you coming on.
Eat the press.
Okay. Wow.
So that was terrible.
Unbelievable. I forgot about her. Wow, she's despicable. Oh my god.
Because nothing says grown up like heckling dementia at guy who tripped on a step.
Wow.
So I thought, but before we go off, because we were mentioning Alex Jones earlier, I thought that we could show this funny little clip that I retweeted earlier today. Quite possibly the greatest thing that Alex Jones has ever said.
Basketball courts in Dallas.
Yeah.
And I was like 12, 13.
StreamYards, I hate
Dude.
you.
I would go down.
Okay. I'm going to have to send them an email. This is ridiculous.
But I would go down basketball courts in Dallas.
Yeah.
And I was like 12, 13, I was banging some of that black pussy. Because it's all pink in the middle.
I like what he says at the end. He says, it's all pink in the middle.
Man.
That's amazing.
Oh man.
Switch to OBS, except we wouldn't be able to share the audio. We would need a much more high-end audio engineering setup for that.
Yeah, and same to Facebook and everything and whatnot. Do you think we got time for one more video, or do you want to end it now?
Actually, we totally do. Like you, I don't really have a whole lot going on tomorrow. I'm just actually curious what we're going to do. I don't know if we could save that. Okay, you know what? Actually, I do want to do. Let's do Aaron Mate on Tucker Carlson. This has been requested for a little bit, and this was one of the Twitter links.
One of the Twitter links. Okay.
So Aaron Mate, infamous conspiracy theorist, is going to go on Tucker Carl Markson show and promote still casting doubt on the
Oh, that's
2018
right.
Syrian chemical weapon attack.
That's right. It's only a couple minutes.
Because they have one guy who came out who wasn't even part of the initial investigation who said he didn't believe that it happened.
That's right. Let's take a look.
Overwhelming. The original OPCW team that went to Syria did not find any evidence of a chemical weapons attack in Douma. They wrote up their findings in a report. That report was suppressed and kept from the public. They were then removed from the investigation and replaced by officials who had never set foot in Syria, who then put out a final report that excluded the key scientific findings of the original team and reached unsupported conclusions. And this is not just an allegation from two whistleblowers, it's documented in a damning series of leaks that have come out. They were given to WikiLeaks.
Documented, bro.
It's not just these. By the way, just in case you were concerned, if you just thought it was word of mouth. It's not just these whistleblowers. It's documented. Documented how?
With documents, Reece.
I guess the whistleblowers, they wrote a document.
He documented it with documents, stupid nerd.
What about my documentation, bro?
My nerd.
I have this entire thread from some poor chap who went over all of this. I'll give him a shout out. At Scott Lucas _EA. But he broke it down if people want to look at his thread. I might even read some of it because he's clearly a better source on this than us. Or conspiracy bullshit. I'm sure he has some good stuff too. He said facts are overwhelming. Mate's only facts are claims from his only source. Emails fed to him by disgruntled ex-OPCW staffer Alex, in quotes. Alex's rejection of any evidence of chlorine in interim report was opposed by rest of FFM in summer 2018. So yeah, that was obviously going to be the response from the OPCW. Is like, yeah, no, this isn't. How is this legitimate? How does this shed any doubt on the initial report? Because we had people who were not even involved in the initial investigation come out and say, I don't believe it. And then that's being promoted by Aaron Mate on the biggest cable news show in America. With no critical pushback, nothing.
Unbelievable.
They're still shedding doubt on this. What do you think happened? Who do you think did this? Are you denying that the attack happened at all? Because there's a bunch of people dead as a result of it.
Some people, like Death to Western Imperialism, said that they were crisis actors, that nobody was actually gassed, that it was staged. Other people say, well, it was actually the opposition that gassed people to blame it on Assad. And then other people say it was the CIA. So
Alex left OPCW in September 2018 with no involvement in further investigation and final report. Someone connects him with WikiLeaks and he puts out his personal objections from September 2019, including emails to Mate. Okay, so Mate said they did not find any evidence of a chemical weapon. False. Only Alex said this. All others on OPCW FFM concluded reasonable grounds of chlorine attacks on 2 buildings in Douma. Yeah. Unbelievable shit, man.
Wow.
Again, like, we could basically say what we said then, what we said at the time. I mean, this was before. Think about this. This is before we even met, and they're still talking about this.
That's true. I don't think we actually started talking until
the year
early 2019, or it might have been late 2018. And started to remember, I know you did a stream, and I came into your stream, and I was like, "Yo, I think I had 17 subs at the time." And then you had me on the show shortly after that on your program. I think that might have been early 2019. No, it must have been. It must have been early in 2019 because I already had videos out by then.
Yeah,
so,
no. It was 2019 at the very least, and this was 2018. But you know what people were saying then was, listen, the canister involved, the way this attack was achieved, The rebels don't have an air force. The rebels don't have the capability of doing an attack like this, because that was a big conspiracy theory at the time and still is, that the rebels gassed themselves. No, of course it was the Assad regime. Of course it was the army with an actual air force.
But Reece, the U.S. Air Force has airplanes.
Except that's stupid. And there's no evidence of that. There's no pattern of that. So it's like, so you have a regime that's infamous for its use of chemical weapons against its own people. They have the military capability of doing this attack. And this is all what I remember when Tucker Carlson did his initial video about the attack, which was just Kremlin propaganda, basically. And then Noah Rothman went on a follow-up segment and said, hey, Tucker, you quite literally were doing Kremlin propaganda. You know why? Because your clip got big upped on Russian state TV after you denied the chemical weapon attack. And he laid out all of these, like, of course. What are you talking about? This wasn't done by rebels. Rebels did not chemically attack themselves. They were obviously attacked by the army that they are at war with, who had the Air Force that could actually make the attack happen.
Yeah. Wow.
But so years later, you have this report where a guy left the team.
You're getting the robot effect. Yeah, no, we're losing. Yeah, we lost Reece on the audio. Yeah, we'll continue with the video in the meantime.
Leaks, we've gotten some too at the Gray Zone, and they show in great detail what happened here, what a cover-up this was, and anybody can see the facts for themselves. Now, instead of grappling with these facts, the OPCW, as you said, has attacked these whistleblowers. At the UN Security Council, when Jose Bustani, the former OPCW chief, came to speak out in support of these dissenting inspectors, the U.S. and its allies blocked him from speaking. So when you won't let the actual scientists speak, when you won't let their evidence be weighed, and when you're preventing top officials like Mr. Bustani from speaking at the UN Security Council, it tells you something. It tells you that there's something to hide. It's a cover-up, and that is why this week this letter came out featuring a number of prominent signatories: Daniel Ellsberg, Noam Chomsky, Tulsi Gabbard, Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, as well as...
Oh yeah, anything involving Tulsi Gabbard, totally legitimate, right?
Chomsky.
Oh man, yeah, no, yeah, your audio is really cutting out, unfortunately.
5 former OPCW officials calling this out. And the reason why, as you say, these lies can lead to war. We know the consequences from the Iraq
War. The wars.
Okay, is it any better?
Okay, yeah, no, it's indecipherable, unfortunately. It's like total static. Okay, that was kind of decipherable. I got angry vibes from that.
Not really sure what else I can do about it.
Okay, yeah, it's almost completely indecipherable. It's like just waves of static. Shoot. Okay. Well, that sucks. Well, like we'll finish this video and we'll go off air. Like we'll wrap things up and everything. That sucks. Yeah, zombie audio. Yeah. Okay.
From the Iraq War, of going to war based on lies, and even now today.
Yeah, static go burr. Yeah, that's true. Static go burr. Oh man. Yeah, no, it is. That sucks. God damn it. I'm pretty sure you said burr there.
Chemical attacks in Syria are being used to justify the ongoing U.S. military occupation there and the sanctions.
Look at Tucker.
That are destroying Syria, preventing the import of food and medicine, destroying Syria's economy, preventing it from rebuilding. And that is not good for Syrians.
That would be Bashar the Butcher there, Aaron.
It's not good for Americans. It's only good for warmongers in Washington.
I completely agree. And as you're
Yeah, of course you do.
talking, I'm thinking, why is this left to Aaron Mate in the gray zone to report? Where's the New York Times in this? But I'm grateful that you have. And I'm glad you came on tonight. Aaron, thank you.
Wow. Okay. Well, we tried to put on as best a show as we could for you. Reece's audio conked out. Mine did last week, so it happens. But thank you to everybody for watching Ghoul Gang Rising this evening. You stayed with us for almost 5 hours as we watched some brainlet brigades post Cringe. So, yeah. With that, we are going to wrap this up here. So Reece's audio is basically out of commission at the moment. But yeah, both of us, thank you for viewing our stream tonight. Additionally, if you want to keep up with Reece, you can basically go and follow him over on Twitter at Spooky Nukies. You can also subscribe to him on YouTube at Spooky Nukies. Reece is just saying in the private chat, it's not letting him connect at all. He could get on his phone though for audio, but I'm pretty tired, and I think we all kind of want to go to bed at this point though. But we'll just wrap this up. Basically, be sure to subscribe to my channel if you haven't done so yet as well. If you're interested, you can follow me over on Twitter at Kevin Castley. And if you want to support what I do here and help power the streams and the premieres and everything, you can check me out over on Patreon, on Ko-Fi. You can also help contribute to offsetting the cost of the new mic that I had to purchase last week over on Ko-Fi, where we are 7% the way to our new goal to get to $320 to compensate the cost of the mic. So with that, Reece is saying here, give him a second. So we'll give Reece a second. Hopefully his audio will be able to resume. That'd be good. In the meantime, I can take a look at the chat until Reece is ready. Yeah, Spooky Nukies is getting spooky. Static Go Burr. Nighty night. Good night, everyone. Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully Reece will be able to. Okay. Yeah, no, he's here. He's here. Okay.
Sorry about that.
There are two of them. How are
there are two of them.
There
are we
are
still
two
on
of them.
Oh yeah, we are. Okay, fair enough.
There's two of them.
That's on me, people. I'm gonna let this one leave. There we go. Just the Great White Hope is left. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be that much of a problem, the microphone, but
dude,
I'm
it happened
definitely
to
gonna.
me, man.
Yeah, I should have taken that as a sign, really. Yeah,
Like,
so
the same thing basically happened to me. My mic was working and then it wasn't working.
It's because I was pulling a real Haas.
Yeah, just smashing the microphone.
Somehow his mic gets to work and mine doesn't.
That's the thing. Maybe maybe we should learn something, like what nerds do, and if we want to help our mics last longer, we should smash them against our desks every day several times in anger.
Yeah, and I need it, like, even beyond the show, like I need it for like Zoom calls. So
yeah,
like I really need it. So I'm gonna get that fixed tomorrow. But I guess on that last video we were watching, completely ridiculous, over the top. These lies will be used to get us into a war. Well, what and to justify occupation in Syria? What war? What war? And then they bring up Iraq. Yeah, well, remember
the endless wars. The endless wars.
The WMDs. We didn't find the WMDs in Iraq.
I know.
So aggravating, man. And Tucker was just like, "Yeah, I agree with everything you said." Why isn't the New York Times talking about this? Yeah, probably because it has no credibility whatsoever. It's one guy. One guy wrote an email to Aaron Mate saying, "Hey, I used to work for the OPCW. and there was a cover-up. They lied. And then everyone else involved with the OPCW, and do you have any evidence? No. And everyone else says, no, that guy, not only is that guy lying, but that guy was like barely involved with us to begin with. He's just a disgruntled employee.
Amazing.
And then people buy hook, line, and sinker.
No, but millions of people eat this up. Like I've talked with people in my own personal life that have basically said, well, you know, there was a whistleblower at the OPCW that discredits the neocon allegations, that kind of thing. So
the neocon allegations.
No, like there are people like they're not just Zoomers. There are people in their 50s and older that believe this crap. So
it's just completely embarrassing. Seriously. I can't believe that's a real thing. There's a little bit more in the thread that I was discussing earlier. I'll just go over all this just because this is probably going to be the last time we talk about this particular story. So Mate claimed that there were 2 whistleblowers. And this thread said there are no whistleblowers. There's only Alex. Second disgruntled OPCW staffer, Ian Henderson, complained his engineering memo was not considered by FFM, but memo was not part of investigations mandate re chemical weapons. Damning, he said something about a damning series of leaks. The only leaks about OPCW FFM reports are Alex's press conference set up by WikiLeaks in September 2019 and his emails. Mate has no other source. It's amazing. Like you could send Aaron Mate an email and he would probably talk about it on Fox News.
That's a good point. I should make a burner email account called not neocon, and then send him things talking about, I don't know, like, well, I guess he probably wouldn't buy it if I said that Russia bombed the hospital or whatever, but you know, he kind of has an agenda there. But you're right. You don't really have to be somebody serious to get his attention. So
no, they'll believe anything, and then then they get to be the one who's breaking the story.
That's true. Never before seen. Nobody else has the scoop. The inside
so
scoop.
Amazing.
So we break this down. I think it's pretty obvious commentary. A lot of people watch that clip and they're like, wow, they lied to us for war. So that's why we do the show, to debunk this stuff. Unfortunately, that one's going to get more views than this stream will get. So yeah,
without a doubt. Anyway, I'm going to fix my equipment probably tomorrow. But awesome. This was a good show. And, you know, we it's hard to get through a lot, but that's just because of the way we do things. I think we need to accept that we're very thorough viewers.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I mean, a Kyle video is like an hour of the show, so
an hour and a half. So
there you go.
For 5 minutes and 30 seconds of Kyle, and 40 seconds of that is Donald Trump Jr.
What can I say, man? I'm a gabber. I got a lot to say.
His parents must be proud. You know, so much content. You know, they talk about every sentence he says. It's like, yeah.
That's because there's so much nonsense packed into every sentence.
That's right. It's like anti-reality.
But what about reality, man? The reality pill. Come on.
Amazing. Anyway, it's kind of late, so I'm over 4 a.m.
just a little bit.
Yeah. So we'll be back next week, And with that, thank you for watching, everybody.
Do you hear me walking around in the snow? Trudging through the snow, man. I'm pulling a real dragon Raw Z.
I was gonna say, are you've been acting weird and stuff in your streams?
Do you have a mental health problem?
No, it was just like my stream quality.
Honestly, my stream quality was so bad tonight, it may as well have been a mental health problem.
I'm gonna say he had better stream quality than Static Go Burr. Static Go Burr is a new meme because they basically put just Static Go Burr. Static Go Burr.
I just wanted to live out the meme, man.
Yeah. No, we had a lot of memes tonight, so I think the viewers got a lot of fun out of this, and we'll be back in a week to dunk on some more brainlets, or probably some of the usual suspects again, but we'll see.
We'll try to vary it up a little bit, but yeah, I've got some ideas.
Some things never change, though. So.
Oh,
I know. Okay. Well, have a good night, everybody. That was the stream.